Good morning, everybody. I hope everybody's having a great day. Hello, fellow slots enthusiasts. It's great to hang out with you for another Professor Slots podcast episode and live stream. If you've ever walked into a casino, looked around and wondered what's going on, I can help. Master Casino Slots, win your way to success. This is my live stream Q&A session every Saturday at 2 p.m. Eastern Time here on Professor Slots, John Friedel YouTube channel. If you're here live, it's great to hang out with you and talk about slots. I'll do my best to answer your slots-related questions during this weekly Q&A session. For these live streams, I'll review an interesting news article, perhaps from one of my state-by-state Facebook slots communities, go over relevant slots issues raised during my conversations with many slots enthusiasts through the week, which I think you should know about, or I'll expand on my slots-related videos or articles of the last week. Before we get into today's topic, let's welcome everyone on the live chat. I know a few people show up early, and I was even noticing that when I was getting set up. If you're with us during the live stream, make sure you say hello in the live chat and let us know which state you play slots in. And to grow our slots community and encourage the YouTube algorithm to send more slots players our way, perhaps even during the live stream, also please like this live stream and subscribe to my YouTube channel. Let's see who's with us today. Oh, quite a few comments. Excellent. Scott Brady. Yes, Scott, another week has gone by. Scott is in Ozark, Missouri, right? Yep. I always have a problem with MO. Lois and Dave, family friends, are here from Kingston, Ontario. Canada, of course. Scott says he planted. Scott's telling us about his garden and how his planting is going. So I will, yes, later this summer, Scott, let us know how the banana peppers came out. Chuck says hello from Baldwin, Missouri again, and. Let's see. Scott's raising a question about, not raising a question, but his thoughts, and we'll get into some of this, but I'm just kind of getting you caught up on the chat if you're not in the live stream, if you're listening later or watching later. So Scott says he thinks much of Oklahoma will be open by May 16th, but we'll get into a little bit of that. Chip says he's calling us Triple J, although he doesn't call it that. John's Jovial Jackpotters. And if you didn't win a jackpot, you're still a member. That's a name he's using. I haven't trademarked it or anything, so he's free to use it. I agree. They are a great bunch of people. And Chip is in Ohio. Denise is in Texas, but plays in Oklahoma. And soon, I hope, she says. Scott, yep, got garden conversations. We'll just move on past that. Oh, mulch. Conversations about mulch. Excellent, excellent. See what you're missing on the podcast? Yes, Chip was saying, now we're all hungry. So Scott says he looked for either hand pay or jackpot variety. Still garden conversation. Thank you, Chuck, for the feedback on how the audio is doing. Last time it was a little bit loud. It's a little hard to listen to the live and be on the live at the same time. So I do appreciate the feedback. Ray says hello. Paula is in Michigan. Hello, Paula. David, Oklahoma. Oklahoma says hello. Well, hello back, Oklahoma. Ray is in Cleveland, Ohio, and Jan is here from Texas. She plays mostly in Louisiana, and based on our conversations, if she can get into the state without having to go into quarantine. Dave says hello. He's in Salem, Oregon, and please, let's see. Oh yes, this is a shirt. One of the ones that I started putting together. So Jan asks about Professor Slott's shirts. It's not the greatest selection. It's something that I put together about a year ago, and it needs to be redone. Maybe something with embroidery instead of stained. But there's shirts and t-shirts and sweatshirts, and it's again not my best work. I'd like to do something other than saying Professor Slots, and maybe I should ask you guys about this. There's some things I want to put into polls, and other things I want to just directly ask you, so you can let me know. What would you like to have on the shirt? I mean, it's great for me if you wear Professor Slots. What's wrong with my voice today? Professor Slots shirt. It says Professor Slots on it, and you wear that to a casino. That's great advertising for me. But I want to think of you. So, Chip, how would you like a John's Jovial Jackpotters written across the front of a T-shirt? What other sayings? I am a slot enthusiast, or I'm a slots enthusiast. I should run I'll introduce this now, and we'll make it a little more official later. But if you would care to put in a saying that you would like to have on a shirt, I'll start putting those together and making those available. But right now, I want to do something more than just Professor Slots, which is what I have now. So please. And yes, Scott, a year ago, I realized it doesn't help anybody if you're playing a slot machine and it says Professor Slots on the front, because you're facing the machine, right? So I had a bunch of them made that have Professor Slots across the back, right? Because it makes sense for a casino, right? So that's probably what I'll do now. But I was looking for something a little more personal, a little more, what does that mean? John's Jovial Jackpotters. Maybe some of the, sayings that we're thinking about using instead of slots enthusiasts. Maybe maybe it's more appropriate. I got more than I can use for that area, and some of the ones that you guys mentioned were also great. So maybe I should put some of that in the back of shirts. But let's get away from that topic. But it's a great idea, and if you want to comment or send me an email, put it on Twitter, Facebook. Just let me know what your ideas are for a short saying that would go on a shirt, and we'll work on that. I'll see if any of the titles that we came up with as replacements for slots enthusiasts would also work there, and then maybe we'll have like a some sort of vote or something. So great, right, Jan? Right? She's like, I like it. I'm a slots enthusiast, and I don't know anybody who uses that phrase. So it could be a very main phrase. I'll add that as one. Thank you. Okay. So, today's topic sort of came up this morning. There was a bunch of stuff that kind of happened this week. Personally, my day job, I didn't get laid off, but, for you guys, very busy week. I'm happy to be so busy. We started seeing, let's see. I'm going to start this way. Our topic today is initial casino reopenings and casino statements about reopenings, because we really had no information as of last week, and now we're starting to get some information. This won't be the end of it. We'll talk a little bit about, I have a couple of things about 2 casinos that I know opened, but really, and I'll share that, but there's opening statements, and I think we're going to see a lot of those in the next week, the week or 2 prior to possibly casinos opening, but let's get into that. So, right, I think I got my timing right, Richard. So let's talk about casino reopenings. There's only a couple of reopenings that actually occurred, but there's more and more statements about what it's going to be like once it opens. So let's talk about that. So how did I know this? I've got a bunch, in case you don't know, I've got a bunch of Facebook groups for slots enthusiasts. And fact, I've created one for each state. If you live in a territory or the federal district, I have those too. So that's 56. But there are some topics that are nationwide or global. And so that one is called, as you probably do know, given how much I use these two words, Professor Slots Enthusiasts. So if you go to Facebook, you can find that fairly easily, but I want to make it even easier. So if you're looking for your state's slots community, I created a web page on my website, called professorslots.com/FB. So let me type that into the live chat. I think it's fairly easy to remember, just my website /FB, FB for Facebook. Let me drop that into the live chat. There you go. I'll have a couple of articles to drop in there, and I'll make sure that they're available in either the podcast show notes or on the description for this video, so people who are listening and watching later can find it. But if you visit professorslots.com/FB, you'll get the full list of all 57 private Facebook groups. Also, at this point, I'd like to offer a special congratulations to the Oklahoma community, which now exceeds 200 members. It's a very active group of slots enthusiasts. Well done. But if you've been to my live streams before, you may recall on previous Q&A sessions, about 2 months ago, when casinos started to close, we learned that a great way to keep up to date, rather than just Saturday to Saturday, but in between, a great way to keep up with what's going on with your local casinos is to check in with your state's slots community. So there you can hear from fellow slots enthusiasts in your area if they've heard anything relevant to your local casinos. Remember, these individuals, like you no doubt are, not being able to speak today, you're members of your casino's players club. So you get the emails, and that's, from our point of view, those of us who live in other states but are interested in what's the first casino that's going to open, you're something of an insider. So please share with your fellow slots players. Somebody in Oklahoma that's on the west side of the state may not frequent casinos, that are 100 miles away, but that doesn't mean they wouldn't go if it was the first one in the country to open. So please share on your Facebook group if you hear anything relevant about casinos opening. But this is what a great community does, and this is how a great community works, folks. So let's talk a little bit about some of what's going on. This is a good time to say a lot's going on. Just like was it 6 weeks, 7 weeks ago, 6 and 7 weeks ago, a lot of casinos, surprise, surprise, they all started closing, right? Remember how surprised we were? And then they were all closed, and we talked about how that never happened. I mean, it was one day on John F. Kennedy's funeral when they closed on Las Vegas Strip. But other than that, they've been open since they've been open, across the country. So this is, I know we're used to it now, but 6 weeks ago we weren't. And so as things started closing, one of the comments I made was, go to your local slots community, go to your state slots community and share. Is this one still open? Is that one, is it, loose? Is it tight? I'm happy to do a live Q&A every weekend, but sometimes this stuff has to happen fast. So I will let you know next Saturday if a casino opens tomorrow, or you can go to Oklahoma slots community and find out yourself, be notified immediately as soon as somebody else mentions it. So I like to have presentations on things that are just as useful next year, right? It's called evergreen. That's a term people use. So this winning slot strategy, unless, we get away from, some major change that takes place rapidly, every article that I write is good for a very long time. And that's how I design all this. But this whole casinos opening, casinos closing, it's week to week, day to day, month to month, something like that. So I don't expect anybody to be interested in, say, this video podcast a year from now, unless we go through the same thing and they want to check back a year to see how it all worked, to have a clue, what's going to happen in a year if we have something similar. In any case, yesterday, Ashley, thank you, Ashley, a member of the Oklahoma Slots community on Facebook, let us know about an open casino. Tonkawa, and I apologize if I slaughtered how you pronounce that, Tonkawa, perhaps, a hotel and casino. There's 3 casinos by that tribe, and we're talking about the hotel and casino. They have another one. It's called a gasino, which is just fascinating. I love the idea of a gasino, convenience store with a building out back that has slot machines in it. Anyway, this is the hotel and casino. It's much one of their larger ones. A nice picture I saw. The website, it's about 100 miles north of Oklahoma City. I'll drop that link so you can click on it and see what it looks like. There's a nice photo there. Big parking lot and all that. So if you, that opened yesterday, and Ashley was putting up some photos of her wins. A lot of you have been asking, are casino slots going to be loose or tight when the casinos reopen? Well, first casino reopened, Ashley, reported that they are loose. All right. So we've got some beginning of information. If you're in the next week, and the next weeks really, but prior to next Saturday post, if you get into a local casino, if they start opening, might not be this next week, it might be the week after. If it's on the 16th, it's coming up 2 weeks away. So report back for your fellow slots players on your state, on your local community, and we'll talk about that on Saturday, sort of nationwide, globally. And so make sure you let us know. And if you are curious as to what's happening, that's where you'd go, because I would hope people would report. So Tonkawa yesterday was loose. Now, there's a lot more to discuss here, so I'm going to try to keep going. The Michigan slots community, I think there was 3 that I know of, 2 or 3 2 that opened. There might have been something else, but I couldn't confirm it. The Michigan slots community, and there's no one really to thank. I grew up in Michigan. That's where a lot of my family is. So on my personal profile, my sister mentioned it. So it was a news article, and so thank you, sis. And so I posted that myself on the Michigan slots community about a news article where one of the tribal casinos in the Upper Peninsula will be opening on May 6th, or at least it plans to open on May 6th, which is 4 days away. And the commercial casinos are not. You may have heard about Governor Whitmer, and I'm not taking a stand politically. This is not a political live stream or anything like that, and won't be seeing that. But it is a fact that tribes are sovereign nations. Certainly, that is how Michigan, the state of Michigan legislature, looks at tribes as being sovereign nations. So yes, the governor said what she said about businesses not being open, although they're starting to open some, like lawn care and other things that I know about through my family. But the tribes are not governed by the state. They are in the state, but not governed by the state, and there's certainly relationships. We've talked a little bit about this before, and this is why I write articles about tribal gaming and tribal, the tribal reservation system, because it's surprising how relevant it is. All the casinos closed because the governor said you have to close in Michigan, except, that's 3. The other, 25? I don't remember offhand. Tribal casinos, they can take it under advisement, and it might be a good thing to do because, you want your customer base to be safe and all that. But they have to make their own decisions, and they decided May 6th. So it's interesting sort of commercial casino, tribal casino relationship. And we might see that in other states as well, where, every state is making its own plans with recommendations from the federal level. But tribal casinos, they can take it under advisement, and it might be a good thing to do because, you want your customer base to be safe and all that. But they have to make their own decisions, and they decide May 6th. So it's interesting sort of commercial casino, tribal casino relationship. And we might see that in other states as well, where, every state is making its own plans with recommendations from the federal level. But tribal casinos, There's a difference between it's a good idea if you did this and, we legally require you to do so. Remember when casinos were closing and I talked about an individual at a tribal casino asking one of the employees, well, if you don't close, the state police are going to come in. And they were like, they can't do that. What do you want, a tribal war? There's no jurisdiction. So this is, I know some of my articles are a little bit not related, you might think traditionally, but I'm just pointing out stuff people aren't discussing that I think really does matter. So that's what you'll get from me, in part. Tonkawa, according to Ashley, was loose on its first day of opening. That's what we know. Tell us, as you see more, let us know. So the second one in Michigan is actually pretty hard to reach. It's Island Resort and Casino in Harris, Michigan, which is in the Upper Peninsula. So I have my map. By the way, Saturday Night Live was hilarious with the governor of Michigan. She says, we're not out of the woods yet, but, we're in Michigan, so we'll never be out of the woods. And I'm from Michigan. I just think that was hilarious. But we have our little mitten, and she's, there's a Upper Peninsula up here, and it's in the Upper Peninsula, not the Lower Peninsula. Island Resort and Casino, May 6th. Long drive. But then there's what I want to spend a lot more time talking about, which was this morning, Russ, thank you, Russ, from the Alabama slots community, posted the reopening plans for the Wind Creek casinos in Alabama. It's fascinating, and I want to go through that because it doesn't say how the casino will open. It does not have plans. I mean, if I start going through this, that's one of the first things. Before I go through this, I'm going to very quickly go over and check the chat, make sure we don't have any rumblings and other things going on. So I think everybody's kind of, let me skip over some of the garden conversations, but not that I'm not interested. Banana peppers, that sounds wonderful. But anyway, some internal conversations. Richard talks about plexiglass separating players. We'll get into a little bit of that maybe towards the end. Putting up plexiglass sheets between players on table games and between slots players. A lot of it seems pretty unrealistic. Some of the illustrations that I saw were, in the virtual environment, and it wasn't accurate. I think I know the one you're talking about, Richard. It wasn't accurate. There was enough room between rows of casinos to put another row in. All the casinos that I've been, there's barely enough room to, get between the chairs. And I don't know how you're going to put a big sheet up that comes out to the level of chair when the chair's bolted to the ground, and how do you even get in? So some of this stuff was a little bit of kind of fantasy, but that's part of what I want to talk about. The article that I'm about to share, and I'll get the link for it in a moment, has some real ideas of what they want to do. But Wayne says, not sure I'm going as often once they reopen the casinos. And there it is. That's so important. Wayne says he's not sure if he is going as often to the casino once they reopen the casinos. A lot of people are thinking that. Okay. And so casinos have never closed before. That means that they never reopened before. They have had their first opening, and particularly in an area where there was no casinos before, like Cincinnati, was it 7 years ago? And they have to sort of teach the area that casinos aren't bad and they can make money, and they'll do that for the first year. And, it's great advertising for the following 10 years when they are taking your money. But we had a situation in Oklahoma earlier this year where a lot of people got disgusted with the tribal casinos because all they did was lose their money. Not the casinos, the players. Because the casinos, I don't know, we talked a lot about the reasons, got greedy, was prepared for the governor fight on renewing contracts, gaming compacts. Whatever the reasons, they tightened all their machines, and their players stopped going. Not all of them, but a significant reduction. And what did that mean? What happened? Casinos had to fix that, right? And what did they do? They loosened the machines. All right. So Wayne points out, I'm not sure if I'd go back to a casino once they did reopen. It's been, for whatever reasons Wayne has, but lots of reasons exist. Like, hey, I like that extra money I'm not spending in the casino. Or, hey, I found other entertainment values that has to do with maybe a little bit more bike riding outside or something, maybe and costs less and, they like the additional savings and change happens. People aren't going to sit and not do something else. They're going to find something else to do, get an online degree or whatever. And they may not go back for whatever reason. And casinos, they're going to figure this out and they want everybody back and more. So loose. That's my logic. We'll see. Yep. Yep. Thanks. Dave at Washington Tribal Casinos. Yeah. Dave says, I would imagine tribal casinos would follow some of the Wynn reopening plans. Yes, could be. That's partly why I wanted to share the comprehensiveness of this Wynn Creek casinos in Alabama, because I think they're sort of communicating on the national level and taking the best of what's available. Wynn probably is doing the same, but you have Nevada. I've written an article on how Nevada leads the world gaming regulations, and this is another example. They got academics, they got universities that study gaming. They've got this court system that is lots of case law, and so they're very good at it. And I imagine a lot of people are watching it. But then other states like Washington would have they set up their gaming regulations slightly differently based on what Nevada did. Still, they learned from them, but they set things up differently and a little bit. And so some of the plans in Nevada may not work for other states. So let's take a look at Alabama, which is my impression was they are definitely looking at what everybody's doing and picking and choosing and deciding. So I don't want to read this word for word, but I will say, it starts off by saying they've been closed for 45 days. They did so voluntarily, and in response to what we all know they responded to. I have to be careful using some of the words for the pandemic. I think pandemic might be okay because YouTube is making sure nobody's taking advantage of just talking about it, put it in the title and then talk about something else just to have more people click on that video. So YouTube, I just don't want to, they have an algorithm where they go through and look for words. So yeah, the thing that's happening 45 days ago. So they said, and this is absolutely right, a very common question heard frequently is, when will they reopen? And that comes from both employees and, or I should say, team members is the words that they used, as well as players, as well as slots enthusiasts. So they say, when will we reopen? And they don't have a date. I just felt like this was kind of a fun article and well written. Well, yeah, we don't have a date yet. And that's the first thing I wanted to mention. You will see reopening statements in the next week. We're already starting to see them from casinos where they will say, we don't have a date yet. Why would they do that? The reason they would do that is because casinos are starting to put out notices saying, everybody wants to know, and we have to put out a statement and tell you that we don't know. Or this is what we think so far, and this is what we going to watch for here, and this is where you find out what the current status is. If you just wait to have a reopening statement on the day you reopen or the day before or whatever, it's not going to work because there's going to be a whole bunch of spooling up of interest for the prior month, starting now, starting yesterday, starting the day before. One casino reopens and everybody else is like, wonder when mine's going to reopen. And so they have to make a public relations statement. And I don't mean to put so much time and effort into the first real sentence of the article, but I thought that was pretty obvious. So you will see reopening statements. And as far as the slot-by-slot, state-by-state slots communities go, again, professorslots.com/FB to find your states. Let us know when you get a reopening statement. I put the example of this one from Alabama, Wind Creek, into each of the state articles so you can see what I'm talking about. But make sure that if you hear this through your Players Club, if there's any sort of link that you can share on an article on their website, share it on the slots community. If you're looking for what other casinos in your state might be offering, look for your fellow slots enthusiasts on your state state community and see if they've received anything. Community, right? So they talk about having a moment to help guests and team members. So so they don't want to be irresponsible, they said, regarding public health risks. So they're, and this is an interesting statement, our team is working through many solutions and our plans are coming into focus. They haven't come into focus, end quote. They haven't come into focus. But they are developing plans, as well they should. And there are many solutions. I think it was Richard mentioned earlier, plexiglass. But again, if you look at your casino floor map, and you might say, where would we put them? How would people get in? Is it even possible to turn off every other slot machine? Don't we just hit but let's get into this. So they say that they are much like professional sports, restaurants, office buildings, amusement parks, and so they want you to know that they'll have changes once they reopen. So please do think about that. Your casino, wherever your casino is, will have changes. And we've been speculating here the last couple of weeks. I wonder what they might be. And in this article, they talk about some of them that you would see. So I'm going to run on over to the live chat and make sure I'm not missing too much. I need to check in on it every once in a while. Someday I'll hire somebody just to keep an eye on things. Plexiglass, yep. Yep. Appreciate your comments, Wayne. Thank you. Right. So Denise says, I'm caught up now. I think they will be loose in Oklahoma to get people back in. Yep. They did it this year. That's how they did it. Why? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. That's not quite what I was looking for there. If something, don't reinvent the wheel. There you go. And she feels casino would be safer than it would be at, I don't know, can I say Walmart? In the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Those stores are packed, Denise says. Susan, hello, Susan. I don't think I've seen you before. Posted my notice from Mohegan Sun a few minutes ago, but not seeing it. Okay, yeah, all you need is, Susan, if you have a link, just the URL. I tried to give that example where all I had to type in was, www.whatever, or just cut and paste that in, and it'll actually pull the image from the website and all of that. If it's not private or something, there's things that can happen. If you want to email it to me, if it doesn't show up, then I will find out what's going on. All right. Internal conversations, Susan, not letting you, okay. So technical difficulties on cutting and pasting. Cut and paste the HTTP link, what's called a URL. Some of these statements don't like that. And I'm actually kind of wondering how many protections are in place to prevent this from happening, but I'd like to try. You send an email, great. And I will take a look at that after the show and see if I can't post it. Thank you. We'll see. Some of these casinos are like, this is not to be shared. In any case, thanks. Jan, call the LA Gaming Commission. Oh, hey, if you guys want to call your state's gaming commission and ask them what's going on, Wind Creek did say they are getting a lot of questions, and so call your casino, call your state gaming commission and ask. That might be a little more work, but you might have to do the same thing the next day. But if you learn anything, please post it on the your state's slots community so that we can all learn. Okay, so Jan says she called Louisiana Gaming Commission yesterday, and they told her mid-May is what they are looking at. They have to coordinate with Texas. Interesting. Okay, so let's see here. I think there's another Texan Jack Potter Slots says probably going. Looks like he's offering, suggesting a casino to Jan, not so much saying which one's going to reopen. Okay, so getting back to this article and its interesting statements that I thought were fascinating. They said they have been working diligently for the past few weeks to develop plans, and they're working to fine-tune them. Based on new data from authorities. And guess who the authorities are? Nevada Gaming Commission. Also, what the state requirements would be. So Nevada Gaming Requirements has ideas on how to meet the restrictions of your local authority. So they said once the details and their full reopening plans are ready, they will publish them on their web pages, et cetera, social media outlets and things. They say, and let's be clear, throughout this process, plans change as new information becomes available, right? And that's what we might see here. That we will see here is there. When you put out this kind of statement, it's to counteract people wondering and not getting an answer, but it's also to sort of say, well, we're thinking about doing this, and if people get really upset, this is your way of saying, okay, we'll adjust that, so it's not quite so upsetting. And, sometimes you don't know if this stuff is going to try. And while they didn't say this here, one of the Nevada comments, maybe it was from Twitter, one of the Nevada comments, the comments coming out of Nevada, not necessarily from the state of Nevada, was the thing to avoid. The number one thing casinos want to avoid is to close a second time. All right. There's a need to get this right. And so now we have these statements coming out about we're not sure when we're going to open. These are our plans that we know about so far. What do you think? Kind of a what do you think implied. So they said they've got a number of questions from their guests and that suggest that demand will be high when they reopen. Duh. You think? And they said, while they wish they could safely open their doors and invite everybody in all at once, their reopening will have to be conducted in phases. And these phases you'll find, I think, as fascinating as I. Are you a top-tier player? Would you like an invitation-only soft reopening? I think I would if I was offered that, and perhaps you will as well. Guest plus one, in case you're not a top tier player, guest plus one. The top tier players would likely get a guest plus one. That's often what they do. So maybe you're the plus one. So they will begin with a soft reopening, where they'll invite small groups of guests to visit their properties to test out some of the new policies and procedures. To make sure it works on a larger scale. They said once they believe they can accommodate more guests, they will reopen to the general public. But they will be operating at reduced capacity and don't want, now that's sort of a marketing statement. We don't want the excitement of visiting our property spoiled due to waiting in line to get in. Casinos are, this is why we have kiosks and they put the expense in for all these things. They want people not to be upset because players can get impatient with a short wait or a long wait. And, that was true before all the casinos closed. So they're hoping for everybody to have a good experience when they reopen. And, it's pretty bad. It can be very bad for them if they have a bad experience. They only open once. Think of all the work that casinos go into when they open for the first time. They have to get it right. And now with the reopening, is it as important as the first opening, or is it just like the second most important thing the casino would ever do, or is it the number one? You don't have a base. You're going to have a line. Right? When a casino opens for the first time, it's going to be busy. But when a casino reopens, everybody who's enjoyed themselves there will be there all at once. And in my judgment, that's probably more people than it would be at the original opening. Okay, so let's not spoil it for everybody, they say. They have their reservation system for casino visits. Are you ready? I mean, no one's mentioned that anywhere that I know. Seems like a perfectly fine idea. Actually, I think somebody did mention it somewhere once, where you would schedule your casino visit. Let's all just sort of like try to get our minds around that idea. No swinging by. I'm available on Tuesday night. I guess my Tuesday night's my casino visit. Oh, I can't get a slot. How would you say you wanted to play slots? Would you say you want a table? Would you say, dinner reservations for the buffet? Please report on this. You go to one of these events, you go to the soft reopening events, or probably what you'll see first, more or less. But if you see go when it's open, like Ashley did for Oklahoma, let us know how it went, because there's all kinds of questions here. So they will apparently have a reservation system where people can reserve a day and time in advance, and that will allow them to keep track of the number of guests and team members on property and on the casino floor and keep that at a safe number. And they said they're going to report on what such a system would look like soon. They will have reduced capacity in restaurants. They want to ensure proper distance. That's a general requirement, right? And hard to eat with your face mask on. Last week we talked about how it's hard to smoke with your face mask on. Did I mention it here, or did I mention it in like a conversation with somebody? Right. Washington, was it you, Wayne? The casino one of the casinos, maybe I will remember which one it was, decided to go smoke-free, where no casino or I think business in the state of Washington has been smoke-free before. So they decided to go smoke-free so people wouldn't have to remove their mask to play slots and smoke. Otherwise, you get a lot of people removing their masks to smoke. Right. So they're going to limit the number of guests also in their food service areas, in their retail outlets, their spas. Oh, they're going to limit services in their spas and fitness facilities, and also making some changes in the hotel, valet parking, pool, bell service, and other entertainment venues. Looking forward to details on that. We will continue to consult with health, regulatory, tribal, and Commonwealth agencies. I guess that means state, to help protect people, provide them an escape and fun environment, as expected. Let's see, what else are they going to do? So part of the reopening is going to have to do with those authorities, all those that I just mentioned, the health, regulatory, tribal, and state agencies, to figure out when would be the best time to. This is Wind Creek only. It might be others, but this is the sort of interaction that's going on. And they'll plan on having a smart and measured approach, quote unquote. And now this is getting into some of the things about why they would post such a thing. They straight up said, it won't be perfect. It will evolve once put into place. They may err on the side of caution, but they're doing it for the health of guests and team members. And just like they chose to close before government shutdowns went into place. If any of that last little bit sounds like public relations, it is. They said they will use their own best judgment on when to reopen in order to protect the well-being of their team members, guests, and surrounding communities. Being socially responsible, right? I did mention, it's probably been a couple of months, I did mention that I think casinos are the most ethical companies that I know, because they've had problems in the past with, gangsters and crime and whatnot. it's been fixed so thoroughly. I think they're better than a lot of companies, a lot of non-casino companies. They have a state requirement where they, or compact requirement, where they have severe penalties, including losing their gambling license if their company officers are not of good character after regular annual background checks. What, does my company, the one I work for, have that? You don't get in trouble if you get caught. But anyway, sorry. But yeah, you can get in trouble politically. But casinos could, without a gambling license, they could turn into a place where bands play, and they run that risk of all that loss of money. In tribal casinos, it could be the only major income for a tribal casino, so they don't dare mess that up. And some of that all factors into a reopening. They're talking about their livelihood. Yeah. Right. So they also said they're going to look forward to seeing us in the very near future. And I love this statement. I don't know that I've... so whenever I sign off, I try to use have fun, be safe, make good choices. And a tagline, if you will. Not well, there's several, but it's a close, a signing off sort of thing, like I like to say. And they signed off their letter with "Stay safe," which I put on my emails at this point, at the end of my emails. Stay safe, right? I hope we are. Anyway, let me go back. Looks like we've got a little bit of comments. I thought I saw some going by. Let's review what's going on there. See if people are already reporting on openings or whatnot. Okay, so questions about... Yeah. So again, the general theme, keep us informed. I will be here next Saturday, barring, I don't know, all kinds of stuff. List is too long. Barring getting a pandemic, I will be here next Saturday, and feel free to report then, but we may need to know sooner. So again, ProfessorSlots.com/FB, so that just to build community, so you can talk amongst yourself, and I will keep an eye on all the communities, which is a little bit of a chore sometimes. And I spend like 25% of my time just checking to make sure we don't have bad characters trying to join, where their Facebook profile is obviously from Eastern Europe because they joined tomorrow. They joined Facebook tomorrow. And I'm like, well, the only way you could do that would be if you were located. Oh, even despite what they say. Anyway, I spend 25% of my time protecting you guys, trying to make sure you have a safe environment. And please share this stuff there. And we'll keep the community going and growing, and let Oklahoma be an example to the rest of us. Well done again, Oklahoma. So, more comments. Bruce says, I got a survey from I have a hard time with some tribal casino names. Osage is how I would pronounce it, but I know that's wrong. Osage casinos, on his view of what I would want to be safe. That makes an excellent point. I think it was Richard that mentioned some of the Twitter posts and Nevada posts. Certainly it's a Nevada Slots community post about some plexiglass shields put up between players and the dealer at a table, like you might be seeing at your local convenience stores. I know I am. But also between slot machines, well, there's not a lot of room. And I wonder about the realism of the slot machine ones because, it's just not a lot of space. I mean, they pack them together, right? It's like trying to put a shield between chairs on an airplane. It's like, where? Where does my elbow go now? But how do we even get to my chair? Stuff. So you want to feel safe. They want you to feel safe. And maybe it's not safe. But if you feel safe, would that be enough? So that's kind of the vibe I got from some of this plexiglass stuff, that a player would walk in and go, oh, look, they're trying. And I would look at it and go, but are they succeeding? So I hope that you feel safe at your casino and are safe at your casino when they reopen. Yeah, Steve, it's fine that you're here. I'm glad you saw some of the live. I was talking earlier about how it's better live for you listening later on the video. I know some of you can't make it. Hey, Larry from the UK. Everybody say hi to Larry. He can't make it. He's got duties that take up this time, but he watches later. Used to be pretty active and will be again on the live chat. In any case, some people can't, aren't going to be here, but the live experience, I'm told, is pretty good. So you might want to see if you can't come in sometime. I'm just letting you know. Listening to it later is fine by me. Steve says he's a little bit late to the game. Is that a pun? Ray says, what safety procedures differences did the folks see with the recently opened casinos? I didn't get a report on that from Ashley and in the Oklahoma slots community. That is something I would like people to kind of look at. She was probably doing what we all would do, which is, did I win or did I lose? Is it loose? Is it tight? Okay, maybe that's a number one priority for a lot of people. But the people who are thinking about, there's a lot of people, and honestly, you guys are a thinking group, right? If you look around, what do I say? When you walk into a casino, look around and wonder what's going on. I can help. All right. If you walk into a casino, don't look around. Try to get a drink and look for the biggest, brightest button you can find. I can't help. All right. I'm helping a type of audience. I have to pick. I have to niche. I have to choose. And when you go into a casino, try to remember to look around. See if, no fault to Ashley or anything like that. First person back to a casino, I'm so glad she took the moment to type in a comment. But when you go in, let us know. People here are interested. Ray, says right here, what do you see as far as different procedures in recently opened casinos? Please report on that. Please report on if they're tight or loose. Please report. It's all good. All right. Let's see. Susan says, the health and safety of our guests and team members continues to be Mohegan Sun's top priority during this difficult time. As such, Mohegan Sun will remain closed to the public through May 12th, 2020. Thank you, Susan. If you would perhaps put a link on LinkedIn representing your company saying, there are YouTube channels out there where lots of people like Q&A sessions. There might be more than one. I think there might be more than one, where some of your colleagues at other casinos would share direct information. Direct information is better than anything. So I think that's an excellent statement and I think a lot of casinos should use that as an example. You don't have to say when you're going to be open. Just say, we are going to be closed at least, as you did, we are going to be closed to at least this date. And thank you very much. Chip, John, Ohio Governor Devine had put a number limit on people in casino, unfortunately. Yeah. They said it was 100. I remember when it was 45 days ago or so, because I'm in Ohio, and I saw that any business with more than 100 people in it is limited. They didn't say close, is limited to 100. And the casino was like, well, we can't make money with 100. No, that ain't going to work for us. We will close. So it was kind of a voluntary thing, but really was it? Didn't have much choice. So that we got a few minutes left. There's a bunch of comments. Susan, yes, she says that. Chip, yep. Susan again. Reopening date options continue to be discussed by working closely with Mohegan Tribal Council and the state of Connecticut's governor's office. Yes, I'm sure the governor's office connects you with regulatory and what's the other term that I'm looking for? Health officials. So this is, I think the article that I was going over kind of covers covers what casinos are doing. It doesn't cover what each casino will do, but it's basically who they're working with, where they're getting their ideas from, and the coordination that they're going through. Thank you. Yep. Yeah, and by mattering federal and safety guidelines. Yep, yep. Yeah, I've run into that one too, Susan. Welcome to YouTube. She couldn't paste because there was 200 character limit per post. But I'll take a look at what you sent me, and I'll stay on a few minutes, but I'll shut down the video, but I'll keep this open and I'll see if I can't paste it myself. Or I'll just put it on. I'll do the best I can. Right, so we're counting down here. Denise, oh my God, that would be just great if that happens, in your opinion. Had not thought about, I know, I'm trying to maintain diversity, but if I could just not have smoke blown in my face, that would be, I have allergies. I would go home and have an asthma attack. I got to bag my clothes. So, but, if you smoke, I'd, go right ahead. Everybody else in my family does. Yeah, do I consider you family? So, yeah, some people are going to be thrilled by that. Other people maybe not. Well, I don't know what it's going to be. Everybody used to smoke, as my uncle said. My favorite uncle said. Everybody used to smoke. Right. So Tonkawa was a bust. Only saw one person with over $1,000, saw one jackpot, tried every domination. Oh, so Scott was there. Yeah, Ashley, I thought she showed a couple of them, like it was like 1,021. And so it was only one person who told me it was loose. I didn't get a report from anybody else. So that's not a lot to go on. But that there was anything at all, if it was tight across the board, like I've seen some Oklahoma casinos do, they wouldn't be giving out that much. So not tight, but maybe not loose. Okay. Thank you for the feedback, Scott. Dave, just got my book. No offense. I was surprised at all the good information. I seem to have done my homework. No offense, Dave. There are not a lot of things going on with good information. I was shocked when I was starting to win, and I talked to a coworker about, did you read all the books? We're both two PhDs talking to each other. And I was like, that doesn't seem to be much. Oh, you could write it. And I'm like, I could write it. And so I did. My first book was my dissertation. My second book was Learning to Win, and it's a little dry in spots. Like I'm just being so, I nowadays I put in smiles and I make it more of a community. So I'm pleased that you like my book. You won't find much of this anywhere else. That's what people tell me, and I haven't found it, but people here have been searching for a long time before they found me. Dave and Lois mentioned one time family friends. They were like, they said they go to all the different places and it all seems like a scam, and then they find mine and they're like, oh my God. And I'm like, I know. So, yeah, I figured it out. Still more to figure out. It's a rich area. I shouldn't say rich. There's a lot of good information that's not being discussed. There's a lot of rumors, and people are just sort of like, well, it was a big, bright button. I don't mean to mock people who don't think about how things work, but state law, what are the guidelines casinos work in? What's good business practices? What's the origin of the patterns that I'm seeing? I read the financial reports on the casino, the slot machine manufacturers, based on how they have to tell the truth in those. And outside of, not sharing proprietary stuff, but they want to help their investors choose them. And so there's data, good information. Now I just have to make it so I have a sense of humor and I don't just bore you to death. And I expect not to be doing great at that because I am Professor Slots. I call myself Professor Slots because I'll never be anything other than somebody who at least lectures a little bit. End of lecture. Yeah. Hey, Derek, good to see you. Chip. Yep. Expect surveys. Chip says, got a survey. You expect surveys. Oh, Sarah says that she was quoting. Sorry, I thought you wrote that. Okay. Okay. I guess that's kind of it. Some of their side conversations going on, and have fun. Be safe. Make good choices. Bye. Hello, everybody. Hey, Larry, you're here. It's great to see Larry. I know he's had some schedule challenges, and glad to see him. Right, so hello, fellow slots enthusiasts. It's great to hang out with you for another Professor Slots podcast episode and live stream. If you've ever walked into a casino, looked around, and wondered what's going on, I can help. Master Casino Slots, win your way to success. This is my live stream Q&A session every Saturday at 2 p.m. Eastern Time here on my Professor Slots John Friedel YouTube channel. If you are here live, it's great to hang out with you and talk about slots. I'll do my best to answer your slots-related questions during this weekly Q&A session. For these live streams, I'll review an interesting news item, perhaps from one of my state-by-state Facebook slots communities, go over any relevant slots issues raised during my conversations with other slots enthusiasts, which I think you should know about, or I'll expand on my slots-related videos or articles of the last week. Before we get into today's topic, let's welcome everybody on the live chat. If you're with us during the live stream, make sure you say hello, and I can see many people have. They get here a few minutes early. If you're here with the live stream, make sure you say hello in the live chat and let us know what state you play slots in. And I also want to quickly say that if you today we're going to talk about the ongoing reopening of casinos. If you have a report about how tight or loose things were, if you happen to be near one, be prepared to maybe make a comment about that, because we'll go over a bunch of that before I cover a more regular topic. But I want to make sure that I say hello to everyone. And one of the things I'm going to talk about, well, if you would, please like this video, please subscribe to this channel. It helps pull in more people, and a larger community gets pretty lively, and that's great. I've been looking around a little bit in some of the other channels that I follow, and I think we've got just as many people on the live chat as some videos, some live streams have 2,000 views, and we only get like 500. It's building. This other one has been around for a long time. Not on slots. It's just something else I learned from, and learned how to do this actually. But I think we have as many or more comments as that 2,000 view live session that they have occasionally. It's a YouTube video creators channel. I learn about doing stuff like this. And they would say right now, move on. So let's see who's with us today. Wow, look at all those comments. That's wonderful. So Chip says, Chip works hard to be here. Larry does too. I know others have as well, but Chip had to hurry and get his ceiling painted, so I'll skip over that. Chip also wants me to have a picture of my cat. He's been sending me videos. Please don't send me videos of cats screaming. We had that happen once here when I tried to pick mine up, and she's practicing social distancing, and I didn't catch that in time. So there's a nice snarl at one point on one of my prior live streams. And she's napping now. So, and so Chip wants me to put a bow tie on her because that's my professor outfit that I use sometimes. And Chip, she's not going to like that. Let's see, Chip. Chip says, let's guess the name of John's cat. First of all, I will say that I have 3 cats. And the last one I picked up with the house. And the two before that I named after scientists. A real scientist and a fictional scientist. So that's your clue. You're not going to win anything, but if you want to try, Chip. Anyway, we have Joseph calling, signing in from California. Lois and Dave, family and friends from Ontario, are here, sometimes parts of the year. Part of the year and part of the year in Florida. Paula is here. Paula knows my cats' names. Paula has met my cats. Her daughter Joanna even taught one of them to meow. Chip's still trying to guess. I'll leave it at that. And so Chip is on topic. He's saying he's thinking casinos in Ohio will open up when they develop a vaccine. Sheesh, he says, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Morning, Joe. Scott is saying hello from Ozark, Missouri, and having a good day so far. Well, if you missed it, Chip was telling us about his ceiling is drying. The paint is drying on his ceiling now. Keeping his plants covered. We're still talking about garden stuff, like from last time. So Denise is here. Excellent. Denise is in Texas, but plays in Oklahoma. And weather conversations. Chuck is saying hello from Baldwin, Missouri. And weather. Larry, it's good to have you here. We talk about, we chat a little bit offline. Sometimes it takes, because of all the people working at home, it's an ongoing theme, right? Other countries are having a little problem with their bandwidth. And so YouTube has sort of slowed down rolling out hour-long live Q&As. You have to process those to distribute them around the world. So it tends to get processed for the United States, but then going around the world, it used to take an hour, and now it's like 8 or 10. So it's hard for Larry in the UK to actually get the live video when he misses the live, get the recording when he misses the live. So it's been a struggle. Thank you, Chuck. I appreciate telling me the audio is good. It's important if you hear me. The first 20 times or so, I had occasionally had problems with audio. Vivian, hello, Vivian. I don't remember meeting you. Thoughts on if slots will be looser or tighter when casinos first open? I have some thoughts on that. I've shared them in past videos, but we also have reports. So we'll get into that. We'll get into that. What others have been saying who've actually gone to the casinos. I have theories, and I think they're justified. But then we have some actual data, reports, and we'll talk about those. Larry's talking about since he's in the UK, he loves to visit Las Vegas, and next spring it would be the soonest, a year from now, and he's a big fan of Las Vegas. Hi, Steve. Good afternoon to you as well. Thanks, Larry. I'll catch you later. Philly says, hi, John. Hello. Steve is also saying hello. Hey, Dean, good to see you. Dean is in Las Vegas, and he's our boots on the ground there. Right. People are still commenting about my cats. TX Tootsie, Jan. Jan is from Texas. She gambles in Louisiana, or at least she has, and wants to again soon. Richard is in Western North Carolina. He says Harrah's opens May 18th, but by invitation only. He has shared that on the North Carolina slots community. So if you want details on that, please join, and we'll get into some of the value that we're seeing. I don't know that there's a more valuable time to join one of our state-by-state slots communities. than now because, well, we'll talk about that. I want to finish saying hello. Let's see. Jan, that was my older cat, not the current cat, Einstein. Let's see. Ray, hello, Ray from Ohio. Greener Pastures, Michigan is on such lockdown. We may never open up. Well, I'll talk a little bit about Michigan. We'll discuss it a little bit. I have family in Michigan, and they're anxious too. And then there's Doug, who also says hello from Missouri. I got a lot of people from Missouri here. That's great. Okay, so right. So let's get into this. Make sure everything is looking good as far as stream health. Okay. Right. So again, thanks for joining us today. Whether you are listening on the podcast, watching this video later, or here with us on the live stream, I'm glad you're all here. Our topic today is reports from our state-by-state slots communities on Facebook, followed later in the show by state gaming regulations. What I'm trying to do with this show is to provide an avenue for live Q&A. I do want to, we could talk the whole time. I've discussed this with many of you already. We could talk the whole time, and I could just answer a wide range of Q&A sessions, and that's really what I want to do. But I'm also trying to make it a decent experience for you. I try to get to everybody's questions, but I can't give really long answers unless I try to find a way to quickly, look up an article where I wrote 5 pages on it, and my best work over a week's time period. And it's hard to just sort of give a long answer because I can only give a certain number of them. So one of the things that doesn't really work well for the live Q&A is kind of doing the live Q&A, but I'm persevering. And one of the things I'm trying to offer is kind of pick a topic and then move forward with that. But we'll see. We'll see how this all works out. One of the things I've got a few things to say, and I'll mostly do this later in the show, is talk about what my plans are to serve you. And that's the sort of thing I believe in. And if I go on a wide range of questions, we're not really getting them right now. See, this is interesting time. What's your question during a live Q&A session about slots? And we've already gotten it once, and I'm sure I'll get it like 5 or 10 more times, which is, hey, do you think when the casinos reopen, they're going to be loose or tight? And so I can answer that, and I can answer that again and again. We can talk about what people in Michigan experience, people in Washington are experiencing, people in Oklahoma, and then as more reopen in May, we'll talk more and more about that sort of thing. I think, but my business is based on this business that I have where I'm trying to help you, is based on having topics which are good for decades, up to a decade, 5 years, 10 years. Articles I wrote 3 years ago are perfectly valid right now. I mean, if casinos were open. And so, that's some of the stuff that I'm covering. But I want to answer your questions. I want to have one thing I do, which is good for this week. Kind of expires in a week because we'll have another live one. Like, that first day of casinos being open on Saturday last week in Oklahoma, just one casino. I'll talk about that, but I don't know that we'll discuss it again because the second weekend would be more casinos and we'd learn more. So there's topical news-related items, and for a business, you don't want to do too much of that. But this is where I will be here on Saturdays talking about live Q&A. So our topic today is state-by-state slots communities on Facebook because there's so much happening. There's so much going to be happening in May. As casinos reopen or not, or plans are expressed, or not. But I am also going to, depending on how many questions you have, I'm also going to talk a little bit about state gaming regulations. Because I have videos coming out this next week. I'm planning for Sunday, Tuesday, Thursday, where Thursdays will be a series, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So first one will be on Thursday, next one a week from Thursday, the one after that a week from Thursday. So on Thursdays should be like 5-part series, that sort of thing. But I'll talk a little bit about kind of how that plan sort of had to be reworked. But as I mentioned last week, I've started many Facebook groups. I think I mostly did that in November last year. So it does take a little time for people to sort of hear about it and me to discuss it and mention it. But we're doing great. And I've created 56 Facebook groups that are based on the states, territories, in the federal district. Even got a couple of people in the Northern Mariana Islands slots community on Facebook. Now, all of them are private, and Facebook constantly goes through changes, and which I worry about sometimes. But I won't tell you my worries. I recognize patterns, and there's some patterns that I think are going to happen to Facebook. But for now, now on the reopening of casinos, I highly recommend that you join one of the Facebook groups or more, whatever is applicable. I have 56 of them, and then one for each state, territory, and federal district, and then one which is kind of national and international global slots topics, and that one's called Professor Slots Enthusiasts. To find your slots community on Facebook, visit professorslots.com/FB, as in Facebook, FB, to see the full list, and then pick and choose. And I'm selective about who gets in. The selection is no teddy bears where you hold a knife to the teddy bear on your profile picture. Sorry if anybody here has that, but I try to be sensitive to community rules, and you'll have to agree to them in order to join, and then I will join you. Because there's some businesses out there that disguise themselves, and there's some very good people or very bad people who are very good at getting in and just making a mess. And I'm trying to provide you a safe place, private community on Facebook, free, of course. Not everybody likes Facebook, but I can't help you there on your profile. But on my slots communities, my Facebook groups, private Facebook groups, I can help, and I turn people away. And if you violate the rules, is it 0 tolerance or 0.01 tolerance? It's not much tolerance for just spamming, even if it's, in any case, I think it's a good community. I'm doing my best to make it a safe place and share slots-related items. But a lot is happening with a few casinos reopening around the nation. And soon, a lot more will be reopening in May. So please be sure to join your state's free slots group on Facebook, where members are updating their fellow slots players with what they're learning about their local casinos. This really is the best way to stay informed. Yes, you'll likely get an email from your favorite casino on their reopening plans, or, as we discussed last week, at least a planning statement about reopening. But what if a casino opens within easy or not so easy driving distance, but you've never signed up for their players club? How will you know if they're opening or have opened? Well, that sort of information is what these slots communities have been sharing during these reopenings. Not only that, they've been actively providing casino trip reports. They've also been sharing whether slots at reopened casinos are loose or tight. During our live stream today, I'll share this information for all of us here. Some of it will be from last weekend, which makes it 7 or 8 days old. Again, join your state's private slots community on Facebook at professorslots.com/FB, and we drop that into the live stream. So you have that. I've mentioned it before, but there is the link now for everybody, and for people listening on the podcast, it will be in the description for the show. And also, those of you watching this recording later, it will be in the description momentarily. It's further down in there. It's one of the things that I offer. So for now, only a few casinos have opened. But one of the things is that, I'll be talking here every Saturday while it's relevant, and it's probably going to be relevant for a year, about casinos reopening. I can tell that from the statistics on whenever I talk about it, I get a lot of traffic to, views, people watching. And I think that you would be are interested in that. So I have data, and I like data. So, but if you wait for Saturday at 2 p.m. Eastern time, you might not get the information that you needed like Sunday, the previous Sunday. So I will share everything that's relevant, but maybe you need to know sooner. And Facebook groups I've been very pleased. For now, only a few casinos have reopened, so I am able to cover their juicy details during our hour together today. As casinos continue to open, and apparently more than a few will during the month of May, it'll soon become overwhelming to fully update you weekly. And I'll certainly share my thoughts, share the highlights, but you'll likely want more information than that. It wouldn't surprise me if enough useful information will start coming in to fill an hour just talking about one state. Like I could spend this whole hour talking about Oklahoma because 2 casinos opened. Well, 2 tribes opened their casinos, slightly different. So again, and finally, join your state slots community. Pick your state from the full list available at professorslots.com/FB. And once you have, let your fellow slots enthusiasts know what you've heard. Please share. Last weekend, I'm going to jump back to the chat. I see it swinging by. Let's see if I've missed anything. I suspect, without actually having looked through it just yet, that it's going to be cat names, but let's see what happens. Steve says he watched the big jackpot on Thursday and Friday, and Raja did rather well at the casinos, Deadwood, South Dakota. Right. 240 machines. Jan says she never tires of the topic of picking out the best machines. Yep. And then there's cat names. No, Chip, it is not any of those, but what great names. I'm going to have to use some of those someday. Not soon, however. Ray says, agreed, the art of picking out the potential good machine is a challenge. It is interesting when I think about the online course that I'm building, explaining it is fun. It's kind of a hard concept for people to sort of get over because they've had, 100 years of, not that people live that long playing slots, but there's been 100 years of slot machines where it was about luck. And except for one little thing where a casino could make one machine near the bar, a winner, and then everybody would run to their slot machine and lose money. That, they could turn it off at will and it just not, just push buttons on setting the odds on a machine for decades. And so most of the time it was seen to be just luck. But now we're seeing things where you go back to a casino. One of the things, I don't think I'm talking about this because there's so much to talk about, but one of the conversations I remember from the Oklahoma group was someone had gone into Tonkawa and talked about how they were winning a lot of jackpots. But it was strange. That was their casino, and they'd never seen so many small jackpots. Before, there would be not that many jackpots, but the amounts would be like hand base, And now what they're seeing was just really smaller amounts. And I shared, what I have shared before here, and, throughout my articles and wherever appropriate, that there's, the random number generator is used twice. The first time is to determine if you won. And the second time, immediately following it, when you push the button, all this is determined. The second time they run the random number generator is to, if you've won, how much you've won. So first, whether or not you win. Second, how much. And they're independently adjustable. So what I explained to this person, I'm trying to not use even first names. We'll see how well that works. From the Oklahoma slots community was, makes perfect sense. Win a lot, win often, and then win very little when you do win. Not that it was very little. She had it wasn't a hand pay. It was $1,000, $1,021 was the picture she put up. So not a hand pay, but still decent amount. And so, I've got to figure out a nice, concise way to sort of get people to think this way. And it's hard when every casino is like, well, you weren't lucky. Maybe next time you'll be lucky. Keep playing. And it's just like, what, you're putting this on me? You're not doing it to me? And I have to explain that, how statistics work. So, let's see. Scott says, good conversations between everybody. See, community. It's awesome. And Joe says, this just in, Pechanga Casino in Temecula. Worked hard on knowing how to pronounce that. Had to talk to a local. Temecula, California, targets June 1st as opening date. Well, that might not be the first opening I've heard about. California slots community, I think they mentioned another one, but it's San Manuel. I don't remember the date. I had to look it up in the group. But now they say Pechanga on June 1st. Okay. Okay. Looks like we're caught up on some of the side conversations. So last weekend, going back to the state-by-state communities and some of the things that they've been sharing, last weekend, we met at our last live stream was, again, 2 p.m. Eastern Time on Saturday. But Saturday night, Sunday was very active on the Oklahoma slots community. And this is the sort of activity I'm expecting on when casinos open in all the other states as well. Just busy, busy, busy. So you may remember that I congratulated the Oklahoma community on reaching 200 members last weekend on our last live stream. Well, they jumped by 20%, nearly 20%. They're already up to 237 members. So that kind of activity draws people in, and it's great to see that. Communities are great, free, private, communities where work hard to make you safe. And it's great to see that kind of growth. We are almost to 200 on Professor Slots Enthusiasts, and I expect that sort of, cross a threshold. Recently got another person like me from the casino recreational podcast community. He joined, and that's another 2 to 3 years, and I'll be an overnight success, is what I tell people. And to be of service is what I consider to be successful. And so let me go over some of the things that the Oklahoma slots community has discussed in the last week, so you get an idea of if what your state will do with some casinos, lose tight, that sort of thing. Michigan, I think it applies to. I'll talk about this in a minute. I think this applies well to Michigan because they also have tribal casinos. They also have 4 non-tribal casinos, but they've got 28, 29, 30 tribal casinos, and a lot of similar things can be done as with Oklahoma. So it's sort of interesting for some states to watch other states and see how it went. And we'll so let me get into that. Again, not trying to use first names, but someone reported that Takawa, I'm spelling that wrong. Let's see, that was actually, I want to give you a website. I think I have that here. Takawa, yes. I will put in their website so you have it into the live chat. So you don't have to Google it. They have a casino, but they also have a resort, and that's the link that I'm sharing. And so someone reported that Tonkawa, which is 100 miles north of Oklahoma City, she said, quote, won this, and she showed a picture of a $1,021, not a hand pay, jackpot that she'd won, and she says, plus more today. That would have been Saturday or Sunday last weekend at Tonkawa, and they said she says it's now opened every day with limited hours. The machines are definitely hitting, she says, if you have a chance to go. Then I asked her, because we talked about this before these other comments that we talked a week ago about, well, are they loose or are they tight? And she just talked about the jackpot. So I followed up with her after our last live show and asked her. And she said most of them seemed loose, at least the ones I played. Someone else replied, loose on low to mid-range bets. Max bets were very tight. Another person said, I visited today, and from my perspective, the slots were very loose. I ranged in bets from $1 to $25, and the payback percentage was very high for me, at least. A third member, it's just real group conversation here, a third member then said, how late will Tonkawa be open tonight? They live in Wichita, so it's a bit of a drive. Other than Tonkawa, I saw First Council was open by invite only for the time being. Is that correct? To which, yep, other replies were open to 2 a.m. tonight and not invite only, just non-advertised soft opening. And that was last weekend. So that's just a comment with a bunch of replies to give you an excellent idea of the kind of help and sharing that's going on between members of these slots communities. From last Sunday, from the Oklahoma group, there's more casino reopening information and another example of slots enthusiasts connecting to one another. Someone asked, any of the little hole-in-the-wall casinos open close to the Kansas border? Someone else replied, no, they aren't open yet. Only 7 clans and Tonkawa are the closest to the Kansas border. Now, please remember, this was Sunday, 6 days ago, so everything's happening quickly. And if you want the updated information, maybe check in with these casinos because we have specific names for them, or join the group of Kansas group or Oklahoma group and share what you know and look for what other people are saying. So, they said they appreciated the reply and that someone else had gone to the website and says that they plan on reopening May 15th, which is the date a lot of Oklahoma casinos are opening. And let's take a look. That is going to be, 6 days? So before we meet again, Friday, a lot of Oklahoma casinos are going to be opening, and I won't be able to share everything on that Saturday because it'd just be too much. Otherwise, over the last week, someone else shared some photos of wins and stated that they thought Tonkawa was very loose. Someone else reported how long, and I thought this was interesting. I got involved in all these, but I'm not putting in my own replies, but one here was interesting. Someone else reported that there were that the lines were long for a little while at when Tonkawa reopened, and so they were waiting. And it's interesting how you have to wait. You have to wait in your car. You can't go to a nearby restaurant. A few people were apparently hanging outside of the casino door and chatting. But they said that, they were waiting, and someone else said, well, why are you waiting? There's another casino 40 minutes away. I think it was Seven Clans, and there was no wait. So this first person went to the casino 40 minutes away. And 4 hours later, they came back about, yeah, we're having a good time. But, Tonkawa never did call me. Apparently they call you when it's your turn. They never did, hear back. Maybe they meant a message, but never did hear back when they were up to come in. So that was 4 hours later. When and I jumped in when they said that they were waiting in their cars in the parking lot at the casino because they, to get in, and they were just sitting there. And I suggested they listen to one of my podcast episodes, to get in the mood, etc. While Oklahoma has been the most active, and I've barely covered some of the interesting back and forth conversations, in the last week, other comments have been coming in from other slots communities. Before I get to that, I'm going to jump back and see if there's questions that need answering on the live chat. Yeah, Scott agrees that the Oklahoma group is doing great about sharing information. Oklahoma, has always been great about sharing information. A lot of the communities, and not just Puerto Rico, but a lot of the communities, there's a lot of listeners. And I get a lot of listeners like the New York slots community. They're waiting for somebody to share something and use it, but they're not quite so willing to share themselves. It's just interesting. I've lived in some of these states, and it's interesting to see the character of the state sort of shine through on the community. Anyway, so Chip says, John, have you touched on taking notes when you have won on a slot or keeping a log of how much you are betting for tax purposes? But do casinos object to taking notes? The objection that casinos have, yeah, that's several things going on with that question. The objections that casinos will have, and they're serious objections that you need to take seriously, is no electronic devices. All right, I know we have phones on us, but if you're typing into your phone, that's more illegal than writing it down on a notepad. When you have a notepad, they may say, no, you can't do that. But we've had notepads for hundreds of years, or at least 100 years, and notepads are allowed. They may not like it, and they may say that's not allowed, but it's not illegal. Electronic device is, and I'm thinking that nobody really carries notepads anymore. I've got some books. Some little notebooks that I take with me when I need to. But when I was standing up and walking around and looking at a slot machine, not playing it, moving to the next one, doing the same thing, moving to the next one, doing the same thing, making a couple of notes, it wasn't 2 minutes before a gentleman in a suit was standing next to me saying, "What are you doing?" And I was capturing the goodness ratios because I wanted to try to give you guys good data about, what's a high number, what's a low number, what's a good range, and I just can't remember 100 numbers and then write them down later. I take notes, and they objected to that. So I didn't try to violate that. I just understood that if you're going to walk through a casino and capture the goodness ratio, this is all under choosing slot machines on my main page at professorslots.com, talks about this concept where you're trying to avoid the bad machines. That's primarily what it's there for, which, if you're winning enough and you lose less, then you're making a profit. Again, here's my short sentences that I use to describe a 5-page article. So one of the things the other thing that's really complicated, that's really a can of worms, chip that you covered is taxes. Okay. What I do is I don't use an ATM machine. So no withdrawals, no deposits while I'm at the casino. Just a habit. It kind of makes this a little bit clearer. And I record how much I walk in with, and I record how much I walk out with. What I don't record is bankroll cycling. And, if you get draconian on taxes, you might get this interpretation of you take $20 in, you win $200, you spend the $200, you win the $200, you spend the $200, you win the $200, and you spend the $200, and you got $20 left, and you leave the casino. And did I say that 5 times? I think I said that 5 times. I hope I said that 5 times. Because I would write down, I took in my stake of $20, and I left with my take-home cash of $20. So I technically didn't lose anything, and technically didn't win anything according to tax purposes. But nobody can keep track. The casino doesn't even allow you to keep track. That's not accurate, by going by rewards points. But you can't keep track that you spent $1,000. You brought in $20 and you spent $200 5 times. Do you pay taxes on the $200 5 times? Well, where's your records? The casino doesn't provide them. You can't capture them unless you... So anyway, it's a can of worms. Typically what is done is how much you took in, how much you left, and that's what you write down. Okay, Scott. And if you have any problems with that, I'm not a tax professional. I'm not an income tax professional. I paid a lot of taxes, but I'm not an income tax professional. And so you should check with them and follow their advice. I'm just pointing out some of the practical difficulties of doing it 100%. Anyway, see my other articles on these sorts of things. It's a little messy, but I'm okay with that. Life's messy. I'm a physicist. It's crazy out there. And as far as the science world, honestly, you got to have a little flexibility. Scott, John, what you said about downstream removing the slots, like the video showed, they lease the machines. There are some riverboat casinos that I've been to that obviously own the machines. They're faded, because they're under neon lights, and it's been so long that the ink's faded. They own those. But if you're in any of these other casinos, I doubt any of them are owned, any sort of modern casino, because that's not the arrangements people have made in the last 10, 15 years with the slot manufacturers. The slot manufacturers want to cut. And so they've switched all the contracts. But there are casinos out there with old slot machines that used to run coins, but they got a new piece inserted with a ticket in, ticket out, and voucher in, voucher out connection. But other than a few changes in its guts, they own those. But that's getting to be rarer and rarer. A lot of these casinos have switched over since 2012, when it just started coming out, have switched over to central control, and that's the whole internals of it. So they rent those. And now we have casinos that one thing they could do is turn off every other slot machine, right, to maintain social distancing. The partitions between each of them would let them. I'm not seeing that working out very practically. How do you even get in when the chair's nailed to the floor? Not that all of them are, but half casinos I've been to, the chair was immovable. But every casino could turn off every other slot machine. But if they're renting it and they're not using it, why not return it to the slot manufacturer for the next year? Right? I think you saw the article where someone asked the question, and I was in one of the slots communities. And I was like, well, yeah. Why would they have something that they're renting and when they're not using it? Return it, right? And that means the next time we see a annual financial report, maybe some of the quarterly reports will say this, they have to fess up to that. In these clear documents given to the SEC, they have to share how the business is going in a clear manner. And if they said, a lot of people have returned the rented slot machines under fine print in the contract, which says they need, allows them to under emergency crisis management, that's standard. Not that I've seen these contracts, but no lawyer is going to miss that. What if your casino burns down? It's under that section of the contract. The slot manufacturers want to be protected, and it's good for everybody that way. And so I think that send them home. Of course, the casino has a problem of it's a big gaping hole, and there's cables on the floor, and they might have to do some renovating. So it's all sort of like I'm waiting for reports from somebody to go to a casino where every other slot machine has been removed and get an idea of how many casinos are going to do that, because it's a great idea financially, but in a practical sense, is it possible? And I'm very interested in seeing what that looks like. So what does that do to the bottom line, removing, say, 30% of the machines? It's an easy estimate is just say 30% of your revenue on slots. Yep, you need to return statistics for a state that has, separates out table game income and slots income, and then you say 30%. Now, the thing is, do they also get rid of every other slot machine in the high limit room? Because you can make a lot of money from the high limit room if it's an active high limit room at the casino, and that might be, I'm just guessing, worth about a quarter of the casino. And if they didn't remove every other one of those at the high limit room, then it's not exactly 30%, but it's one of the easier calculations to make. Every other slot machine is gone, 50% reduction in gaming revenue from slot machines. Boom. Wait a little bit to, depending partly how big the high limit room is. It looks like we're doing Q&As here. Enjoy your trip, Paula. She's going to Missouri. Denise says only hand payouts were from high dollar bets on Oklahoma casinos. Did see some pics of wins, but only high limit bets, one hand pays, such as $6, $880 and $10. There's the information on, if you look carefully, as we were discussing, and certainly has been discussed in today's live chat. A lot of people are looking carefully at these photos being uploaded to maybe identify, they haven't said, but maybe identify which slot machine is that, and I'm going to go play that one. Also looking at it, is it a $10 machine? Is it a penny machine? Is it, over hand pay amount or under hand pay amount? And you can start putting patterns together. And if you look at every photo, like for instance, that comes out of the Oklahoma slots community 4 hours after opening of Tonkawa, that's getting to be very specific information. It gives you a clue what might be your best approach as far as choosing slot machines and denomination of slot machines. And, do you wait? Several times people said, yeah, it was great for the first 4 hours. And after that, it just took a nosedive, opened at 4 p.m. and by, it was great. And then 8 p.m., happened. People showed up, a lot more people showed up, and boom, suddenly it couldn't win anything. And that's the sort of, if you're interested in that kind of information, I hope you would. That's basically my audience. People who think about slot machine gambling, want to do better, one way or another. And there's so many different ways: money management, following the patterns, and all the different ways that you can. If you think about slots, then or you can just spend money and wonder why things happen later. But if you think about it, there's good information in the Oklahoma places. More than community, it's winning strategies. So Denise says, for tax purposes, Oklahoma gives you a record of what you spent from your player's card for tax purposes. Are most states like that? I think what you're talking about is the win-loss statement. Win-loss statement is not enough to do income taxes. It falls short of the data that is necessary, certainly on all the ones that I've seen. And the casinos don't want to provide that tax liability in case some players don't use it. So it's to their interest to not provide everything that they've collected as far as data for income taxes. Again, IRS does not require that the casinos do that. And so the casinos avoid that. So I question whether or not that's sufficient. Now, if you go back to one of the earlier live streams, it would have been December, and it should say in the title. This one would be about income tax records. I went over the IRS statements. I went to showed you the IRS statements, the regulations, the gambling purposes section, and they said a record that you keep with the facility, the casino, the date, and the amount spent. There's a short list of like 4 things they want you to keep. And if you want to support that statement with the win-loss statement, that's great. It's just backup material, but it's insufficient. You need to write down more than you'd find on those. Now, maybe some casino will actually come out with everything that the IRS requests, the United States Internal Revenue Service requests for U.S. citizens, U.S. residents paying taxes. But I can't see why they would. If it was a law, federal law, every casino would have to, and they're not. So casinos, in danger, I'm using the word in danger, casinos endangering financially on your income taxes, putting their players in, getting them in trouble, potentially. That just bad business practice. So I question whether that's just a win-loss statement, which is used up to a certain amount. Chip says, Denise was told by my accountant that IRS does not accept. Yeah. It's right there on the IRS. So Chip talked to his accountant. Yep. So I have, I think I covered that pretty well previously in a prior one. By the way, I again sort of talked about this. This has been meant to be newsworthy stuff. Typically, I have tried to put in, solid information good for a decade. That's almost everything I want to do. The only time I'm not doing that is, talking about last weekend in Oklahoma, reopening of casinos. The live Q&A is a live Q&A, and people are concerned about today and this week. And so it's, news. And, but mostly my stuff is long-term, and everything else will be, basically. Yeah, so Steve says, I thought some casinos downloaded new slots themes on the same machines. Yes. Machines are still rented. It's just that the game theme can change, but that's only if the buttons are the same. They do, they have a standard console, a standard configuration, in which case, any slot machine can change it, but there's a certain amount of players' appeal to having to figure out the new buttons. Even if it's just, 60 bets or lightning round or some sort of display that's under the panel, but not the buttons that sort of shoots around, the whole console is an LED display. This whole thing can be pretty innovative and there's player appeal. But yeah, a lot of casino machines, when they're video, you change the game theme. Sometimes when it's just reels, you can change them as well. Pop out the pay table and put the new pay table in. That's quite possible. But that's older style, and to keep up with the player appeal outside of like riverboat casinos and places that can't afford to do so. Some have made the choice to buy a slot machine, but it's rare. Come and go. Yeah. I mean, just walk into a casino and walk around to the dark corners, see if some things look dusty, see if it has kind of like a bin at the bottom where the coins came out, and realize they've had that one for 16 years minimum, right? You didn't have coins anymore 16 years ago. Maybe it was more. So that's how you can tell. No other reason, no good business reason to own them. Okay, let's see. Jan asks, when do you anticipate your online course will be ready? My understanding is that it'll take me a year. I'm just getting started on it. I had some work that was in queue. One of the things I wanted to mention in the last few minutes here was, I guess we didn't really get to gaming regulations too much, but one of the things was I have been busy working in the background. This last week I was on vacation for a family reason. My daughter got married on Wednesday. Small ceremony at the courthouse, nobody there. I think somebody drove maybe. It's all been kind of like an online experience. And outside of that, I did take this week off mostly for that. But the rest of the time I just tried to work on, the description I give is I'm working, my business is on a step, on a stairway. It's a giant's stairway. And I got everything on one step of the giant's stairway. And I'll take a week off of vacation and I'll move everything up to the next step. And I did this last week. So it's a big staircase, lots of steps, and every once in a while I will move everything up to being slightly better. Perhaps you have noticed the live Q&A sessions are doing remarkably better. The first few was definitely working on getting the technical requirements worked out. Today, I did not post concurrently on Facebook because I'm not able to watch too many screens, and people commenting there were not getting a response until after it was all over. And I only did that because I needed to have a recording for this for the podcast. So these are all technical difficulties, or rather technical things to make it a little smoother for me to get everything out that needs to be put out. But this last week was a lot of that. And all you see is a certain amount of smoothness and a certain amount of things kind of run faster. And I'm able to be more efficient and get more things done. And that's what I've been working on. I finished the audiobook, and I don't really want to talk about it because it's not an appropriate thing to do yet. My part is done. There might be a tweak. We'll see. I submitted it, and because everybody's self-isolating and self-quarantining, everybody is making an audio version of their book. So they're backed up. Where you send these things, it's backed up, and I will hear within the next month whether it's accepted. If they want me to make one small change somewhere, some small change that would take me 5 minutes, I will then submit it, and it would be ready in a month. So in 1 to 2 months, it will be available, and I will let you know how and where to go. Now, the way audiobooks works, I cannot set the price. The price is set in ranges depending on length of the book. And my book is a few seconds short of 8 hours. And it is Learning to Win over there. You can buy the ebook and the softcover on Amazon. And I will tell you when it's available. There's no way to pre-order or nothing like that. Everything has to get approved that first time. I will let you know here first, or second, or maybe third, after I tell family, when that is going to be available. Thank you, Jan, for the congratulations. But that had to get out of the way, and there's nothing really, it's like selling the book. Once it's ready and out there, then I move on to the next thing. So now I move on to the next thing. I also bought this excellent book, which is just for you entrepreneurs out there, this one. Book Yourself Solid, and it finally explains all the little bits and pieces I've been putting together about how to run a business. So a lot to be done. and I'm very much looking forward to it, excited about it. That's kind of it. We're coming up on our time. Thank you for the questions. Always love answering your questions. You guys take care. Stay safe. Crazy week out there. Remember to join the slots communities to keep up with what's going on in your state. Happy early May. I'll see you in a week. You guys take care. Have fun. Be safe. Make good choices. Bye. Hello, fellow slots enthusiasts. It's great to hang out with you for another Professor Slots podcast episode and live stream. If you've ever walked into a casino, looked around, and wondered what's going on with slots, I can help. Master Casino Slots, win your way to success. This is my live stream Q&A session on May 16th, 2020, held every Saturday at 2 p.m. Eastern Time here on my Professor Slots John Friedel YouTube channel. Every Saturday for the last 6 months. I think we're up to 26 episodes of just this, besides my produced videos. So if you are here live, it's great to hang out with you and talk about slots. I got here a few minutes early, and there's plenty of chats going on. As I mentioned, I think last time, we have a pretty good live chat going every time, and I've seen 2,000 view streams, not get nearly as much chat as we do. In any case, for these live streams, I either review an interesting news item, perhaps from one of my state-by-state Facebook slots communities, go over relevant slots issues raised during my conversations with slots enthusiasts, which I think you should know about, which is kind of what we're going to do today, or I'll expand on my slots-related videos or articles of the last week, get some feedback, and maybe talk about what's not in the videos and could be on the next video. Also, I do my best every time to answer your slots-related questions during this weekly Q&A session. Before we get to today's topic, as usual, let's welcome everybody on the live chat. If you're with us during the live stream, make sure you say hello in the live chat. Not that I have to tell this group that much, don't have to tell this group that very much. They're very active. And let us know which state or country in which you are located. If you play slots somewhere else, let us know that too. To help grow our slots community and encourage YouTube to send more slots players our way for this live stream, please like this live stream and subscribe to my YouTube channel. I just heard a few minutes ago from someone on the Facebook group saying, "Hey, I saw your live Q&A and I, found you on Facebook and joined and all of that." So please like this live stream and subscribe to my YouTube channel. It would be great to build more and more people coming in. It's even more lively than it already is. But let's see who's with us today. So looking over the live chat, that's a lot of messages. Chip wishes everybody a happy day. He's in the Buckeye State, which means Ohio, and he has named himself John's Jovial Jack Potter. And this was before I got there, so he's waiting for me. Family, friends, Lois and Dave are here from Ontario. Chip says, okay, I guess we're talking about chocolate now. Cinnamon tea, Tazi chocolate. Anyway, now we're getting into tea specialties. But Scott says, I'm anxious to see what we hear about the Oklahoma openings. And there's, let's go over that. Certainly, that's. I have some videos and some news articles, a couple of news articles that I thought would help people get an understanding. They include walkthroughs of casinos. Anyway, we'll go over some of that, but we'll definitely get to Oklahoma, Washington, perhaps even Nevada, and a few others that have been with casinos that have opened. Scott, does it ever not rain where you are? Missouri, right? Yeah, so Scott also asked the question, what do people think about the lines? And there's some great photos and some of the, I won't be sharing the photos because the slots communities are private. Just try to stick with first names if if I even used first names. But some people have posted photos of what the lines look like, and it's kind of a sight. But we'll talk about that. Let's see. So, Robert, welcome, Robert. Chip again. Yep. Okay. Okay, back to a conversation at tea. I know last time we talked about gardens. I hope everybody's garden's doing well. No, let's stick with slots here. Although tea seems to be important. Yes, Western North Carolina from Richard. That's where he's from. He's here. And Greener Pastures. Hello. Chris, right? I see people's handles, but I don't always see people's names. Robert says hello from Dallas, Texas. Steve. Hey, Steve. Steve's here. He's in Wisconsin. Jan, TX Tootsie. She's Jan from Texas, plays mostly in Louisiana. William is here. William, welcome. I've liked your posts, your comments. Tony is here. Hello, Tony. Denise, she lives in Texas, plays in Oklahoma. And she says, maybe. Given how many conversations I've had with her, that's very Denise. Yep. Greener Pastures, Michigan. Yes. Home of the lockdown. I'm from Michigan. Did you see the SNL video with Cecily Strong? The Michigan jokes, I don't know that anybody got that, but I thought they were funny. We're not out of the woods yet, but then we never will be. Michigan humor. So Teresa is here from North Carolina. Prefer to play in Vegas and MGM National Harbor in Maryland. Good choices. Bob is here from Arizona. I was calling him Robert earlier. And William is from Central Massachusetts. I'm looking forward to, well, in some ways I am looking forward to other reopenings in additional states, because I think a lot of people have a lot to say. But if you haven't got an open casino within driving distance, then, they're just kind of like waiting. And given how active Oklahoma has been and Washington, it's pretty, and people in the surrounding states could be a bit of a frenzy. I'm glad there's like a phased reopening. It's a lot of questions to answer. So Scott is in Ozark, Missouri, travels to Nebraska, Oklahoma. Tony, let's see. Oh, Tony says he's got his invite to Hera Casinos. Did you say what state you're in, Tony? And David is here. Oklahoma, can the casinos turn up or down the machines while playing? Yes. Well, yes, Oklahoma has Class 2 machines, bingo machines, competition-based, and then they have Class 3. Both types, Class 3 was just games of chance, not games of skill. And they have both. It's about a 45%, 55% ratio, with 45 being Class 2. And they follow different laws. So they can turn them up basically without limit on the Class 2, turn them up or turn them down, but they can't offend their players, or the players won't come back. And we had some of that happen earlier this year in Oklahoma, as you may recall, and part of the governor fight, whatever. And they really got the players upset. So people left, and they've had to try to woo them back later. So you can do quite a bit of that with the Class 2, but the Class 3 usually has a lower limit, particularly in states outside of Oklahoma, and those lower limits aren't very low. So, there's more restrictions on their taking advantage. But if you have another question like that, we can try to cover it, or send me an email and et cetera, and I'll try to explain that or point you to an article that I've written on the topic. But certainly people are asking a lot of that questions now. So thank you, Tony, North Carolina. Scott, that's the Harrah's in North Carolina. Tribal Casino. So Scott is northeast Oklahoma. Yeah, Oklahoma slots community has been pretty good. A lot of people are talking there, and one of the things they say is, but does anybody know of an open casino in northwestern Oklahoma, and people in the south are like, well, no, and people in the north are like, well, yeah, and so it gets at some point, if the Oklahoma slots community gets big, really big, then I might have to start creating like a northern Oklahoma, western Oklahoma slots. Hey, Larry's here. Thank you for showing up, Larry. Larry has some restrictions. He's in the UK. Hopefully he can stay a little bit longer than last time, but it's great to see you here. So, okay. Right. Yes, thanks again for joining us, especially the live people here live, but also to the podcast audience who will be listening to this when it comes out tomorrow evening, and also those who will be watching the video later. I don't mean to exclude you. In fact, it could be that, it is true that far more people will watch this after the live show than will during the show. It's hundreds of people. This last one, it's just hundreds of people, and long term, it's hard to say what it'll be after a year of looking at this. So please, if you're listening on the podcast, watching the video later, or here with us live on the live stream, I'm glad you're all here. Our topic today is about casino updates because, well, it's what everyone is interested in. I thought about talking about a slots topic, which I would do, prior to the closings of the casinos, because I want to, use the Q&A sessions as a way to get feedback and answer your questions and see what you'd like next. But everybody wants to know about the reopening, so we'll just talk about that. And if you have questions, I'll answer it, as I've already done a couple times today, this live stream. But with all the casino reopenings, it's an urgent need, which this show is actually uniquely positioned to help. Why? Because of our many slots communities as private Facebook groups. As I mentioned last week, I've started many Facebook groups. This would have been about November, October. I think it was early October last year, and it's taken a little while to sort of get the word out. I mention it and send emails and et cetera, and it grows. Just in time for all of this, because I have one. It's 57 of them. I know it's like an outrageous number. It gets really busy sometimes, and I'm just like, oh my goodness, where are all these messages coming from? But I try to answer every comment and or at least add something to the conversation. But I have one for every U.S. state, territory, and the federal district. Plus, I have another one called Professor Slots Enthusiasts, which is more of a nationwide, global slots topics. And we, if it matters to everybody, then we try to put stuff there, kind of conversations. And people in one state can learn from another state, but this is where you go if you want to get like a bit more general overview of things. So to find my private slots communities on Facebook, visit professorslots.com/FB to see the full list. And it's a web page I created where you can just click your state or the state you're interested in. I will, as I've said before, will drop this into the live chat, which you won't be able to see later unless you're here live. But I will take these links that I'm about to present to you and put them in the description for the podcast and also in the description for the video. So don't worry, you won't be able to see the live chat unless you're here, and all the colorful comments and etc. But you'll be able to find these in the links I'm talking about. No reason for me to just say, www.youtube.com/slot /watch V equals T8. Anyway, it doesn't matter. So what this last week, we have been getting more information because more and more casinos are starting to get to open. So we've got more to talk about. For instance, we're getting news reports from local news stations, and they'll put their video, their interview up on YouTube. And one of them comes to us from Arizona, which is close to Las Vegas, and CBS 5 News in Arizona has put out a video on YouTube called The Future of Gaming in Las Vegas. Not the best title, I thought, but provocative, I suppose, a little bit of a clickbaity sort of thing, but they do seem to deliver. So I'm going to give you the link. This one I might see what I do. I might put this or the other one in the at the end of the video as a next video of this live stream. So take a look at that. And looks like lots of chats going on. I'll come back to that in a minute when I have a space to jump in on that. Not trying to not interrupt myself as much as I have in the past. So in that video that I just shared, and you'll see it wherever you're watching this or listening to this from later, that some casinos in Arizona were scheduled to reopen yesterday. That is to say, Friday, May 15th, 2020. And this news report came out 2 days before on Wednesday. Part of the segment is a live report from within Lone Butte Casino, where they show changes to the casino. Now, you may remember a couple of weeks ago we were talking about partitions, plexiglass partitions, self-wiping, and all this other stuff, but it was mostly just simulations. And now we have video of people inside empty casinos where workers are preparing for an upcoming reopening, and floor managers being interviewed about preparations. So that's better information. I thought you might not be in Arizona. You might not be going to Lone Butte. What's the odds, right? So you could, but you could look at that and say, this is one thing you might see. Now, people have been asking about being in line and what's that like, and we'll get to that. But one of the things that I've noticed this video and the next video is they don't show the lines. And I think that's a problem area, which they're not advertising, but we'll get back to that. So part of this report is live interviewing at Lone Butte Casino, and they show changes to the casino, such as plexiglass barriers on either side of slot machine chairs. And like I said, you might find something like this at yours. It's the best practical example of what can be done, I think. And I want to make sure I share that with you. There's another report. It comes from CNN. It's not a YouTube video, but it is a video. It's on CNN. And I will share that now for you. Here you go. And there's like a delay of 20 seconds or so. So hopefully all this is coming out when I say it is. Right. So on this one, it says, see iconic casino's unprecedented situation. And again, another one of those titles that is all very marketing and proved at high levels sort of thing. And it's about Caesar's Palace on the Las Vegas Strip. And I'm not going to go through it play by play. That's there for you to look at. But it was interesting to see Caesar's Palace being completely empty. I mean, it's still shocking to know, that all the casinos were closed, that only a few of them are open. But to actually have video of the casino floor with the lights turned down and all the machines off and nobody around except people talking, news reporter interviewing, executive from the casino, more than just a floor manager at Caesar's Palace, and they talk about safety precautions. But it must have been a bit of a nightmare. I mean, I'm something of an audio guy, right? I'm doing audio and a podcast and all this, and they had echoes. They had all kinds of echoes when they were talking, and it must have been distracting for the audio engineer trying to work with that. But one of the points that they made was, when you have people in a room, it kind of knocks the sound around a little bit, and that prevents the echoes like you would if you were in a canyon or something. So kind of like my rounded walls aren't smooth, and that helps to keep the echoes down. And so when will you ever see that? A closed casino, lights down, equipment off? Now, right? So in any case, they were talking about that. What they were showing, they were talking about the preparations. There's plenty of excellent details in this, but just a few things I want to mention here is they had every other slot machine was going to be turned off. That's what their plan is. It wasn't going to be removed. It was only 50% shut down. That, it's not 6 feet from one to the other. Well, it might be close to 6 feet. But what they're going to do is put plexiglass up between the slot machines, have not the slot machines turned off, but have a sign on them saying out of service, which I can imagine some technical reasons why they want to do that, but that's just me being a geek. And they're also going to remove the chair. Now, again, I'm not quite sure where you put half the chairs in the casino. It's got to be expensive to put that someplace. And, whenever a casino goes through an expense, like remodeling or something, that flows down to us. So I watch some of these things and I think about the consequences. In any case, take a look at both of those videos. There's plenty to see and learn. Now, before I jump over to another thing, I'm going to find out what's going on with the chat. I should make a mark the last time I looked at what was going on. So William says he's 40 minutes from Springfield, MGM Springfield, 75 minutes from Boston Encore, was it Boston Harbor? No, Encore. And Southern Connecticut, Foxwoods, and Mohegan Sun. So 75 minutes away from all these great places. I used to live in Connecticut, and about halfway between all that. And where was I? Manchester. And that's where I lived. So it's a little closer to Massachusetts than it was to Mohegan Sun and Foxwoods. But yeah, I get that. Nice drives. So Scott says, so far, Lucky Star players have won 436 jackpots totaling, is that millions or billions? $1.1 almost $1 million at Concho, TC, Clinton, and Hammond. So these are all Lucky Star places. I had a comment from someone that was asking about that, and we might come to it later when we get into the slots communities. How much did the casino give back? All right, that's how much the casino gave back. How much did the casino get? Because we know that, and this is part of my next topic, we know that they made more than that. Otherwise, they can't pay for things. Now, you can maybe maybe the casino would choose to give more back than they received, but I just don't see that as a workable situation. Desperate times call for desperate measures. So we'll talk more on that. Lots more to talk about. I hate to keep on saying that. So Scott says he just posted a Red Screen Ninja slot chat. Oh, that number was just posted. Okay. Larry says, hearing loads of different rumors about Vegas, but as we can't travel yet, so it doesn't affect me. Yeah, Larry in the UK loves Las Vegas, tries to go once or twice a year, and not right now. Let's see, side conversations. All right, so conversations about traveling and whether that's possible. On a side note, I'm an aerospace engineer. Please save my job and fly somewhere. Kidding about the don't risk yourself. I'll be fine. Catherine's here. Hello, Catherine. Seems like it's been a while. I saw you on Facebook recently, but it's good to see you again. Larry is traveling or talking about traveling. Scott is not talking about traveling. And Dean is making a firm statement of Vegas is not open yet. Okay. So Chip says the slot machine called Moneybags has been mentioned. That was the mention of a red screen. Is that right? And he said he's tried that online. I'm sure it's fun. I'm not really into fun machines. I mean, the fun is when I win. So how does the casino make decisions on what slots to release? So we talked last time briefly about how most casinos who have any kind of recent slot machines, you can see this if you look through their annual reports. Mostly they rent slot machines, and but you can buy them, and it's a question of how many are actually bought. Certainly, if there's any risk of getting it not being popular, they'd want to return it, right? Otherwise, they just paid for something that they only use for 2 weeks. And but you have other casinos like riverboat casinos and other small places that have less of a budget, and they bought slot machines 15 years ago. Converted them from coin operated with a kit, and they own those. So last time we talked a little bit about which one's which, and mostly they've switched because it's just financially much more worthwhile to casino. Pays for itself is one of the ways to describe that, to switch over. So how do you make a decision? Well, what do you do when you make a decision about what model car to buy, new or used? They go through their plan. There's customer appeal. They get opinions from polls that they put out. What's your favorite slot machines? They get marketing data on those at other casinos. And, that you got all these salesmen coming in, salespersons coming in from slot manufacturers saying, this, and these are the numbers on them. And people seem to like them. And there's analysis after analysis, which they have to pay for. And so, they have a budget to figure this stuff out, because you make a mistake and it's expensive and you put a little money into making a good decision like any business would. It's a business decision. That has to do feedback from customers, comments, likes, and all that to decide what's going to work. They take a risk with a slot machine that's never been put out before. But on the other hand, sometimes those that are the first night of the Living Dead, Walking Dead, that first one that came from the show, they took a chance. Somebody took a chance and other people just jumped on it, and now we all have them. Heck, Wheel of Fortune. How many decades has that been out? People made a decision, and then after that, they counted as one that you would want to get. People kind of expect, money bags. Maybe people are saying, you don't have a money bags machine? Well, I'm going to go to another casino that does. It's all the usual business decisions, and I've kind of gone on that for a little bit. Jen says she's learned to open these links during the program and watch them later before they disappear at the end. Yes, but that's still being here. But that's a fine idea. I should do the same thing myself, but I want to comment on some of these. Feel free to talk about whatever you want, but if it's slots related, then I might bring it up. Lois or Dave, family friends, so they're hoping for a trip to Mount Pleasant, Michigan, but not likely happening before late June for border. Right now, Lois and Dave, please be very careful to not tell everybody when you plan on being at Mount Pleasant, Michigan, because as you know, I've promised to be there with you. Like I said, family, friends. My father will likely even be there. So don't give a specific date, or otherwise I might not show up with me and all my friends. So Larry says, that's Soaring Eagle, second largest casino in Michigan, a tribal casino, largest tribal casino. So Larry says, I'm reading a lot about casinos going non-smoking. That gets my vote, along with getting rid of resort fees. I think resort fees were kind of going away already. Certainly it was not working out as planned, and all of this, I think that was kind of in the works, I hope. And that's part of this. So one of the things we want to be careful about is, sort of separate from one from another. We have all this pandemic stuff, right? Casinos closed, it's major. But we also have things are progressing as far as the development of slot machines. It's a slow and gradual change. When casinos are open, you could go, a week, and there might not be a new casino at the end near the entrance at your casino. But now it's been 2 months. And so there's plenty of new machines. And when you go in, you could find them, besides things being moved a little bit further apart, you could find a lot of new casinos, because one every week means, and it's been 3 months, means that you could find a lot of that. So some things are shut down. Some things are progressing as normal and are basically unaffected by the pandemic. So there's going to be a bunch of, these are little points I'm trying to make here. Some of the comments later will be like this. There are new things that are going to be out. And before, we got a new slot machine, TV show themed or something, near the entrance of your casino. People would like it, and it might stay, might move to another part of the casino, might not. But then if it's not liked, and it really is hit or miss, it would go away. Well, now you're going to have a bunch of new slot machines near the entrance, might not even have enough room. And again, half of them won't be liked. Instead of, 2 new machines, one stays and one goes quickly, you'll now have, 15 different machines. And the ones that aren't, and half of them aren't going to be liked by you, because they're new and people need to get data on them. So that's going to mix up that situation a little bit. They might have expanded that part of the casino with everything being shut down. They had plenty of time they can do stuff. So just remember that there is, focus. We have lines. We have half capacity, 30% capacity, maximum number of this many people, capacity issues, every other machine shut down. Maybe your machine shut down and the one next to it isn't. And, ones that you like. So just understand we have pandemic issues, and then we have the usual ongoing issues. The reason why I started all this a couple of years ago, and, that's still going on. So let's not take our eye completely off the ball. And right. So let's see. So Jan says Soaring Eagle is one of her favorite Michigan casinos. Yep, excellent. David says Oklahoma, while watching slots players winning. So you went into a casino in Oklahoma, watched slot players winning, the person saying to their friend, step ladder, big diamond, little diamond, what in the world are they talking about? That sounds like, okay. So people in other states don't have the same experience with certain types of slot machines that people in Oklahoma do. So you may remember a few minutes ago, I was talking about Class 2 games of skill, usually, particularly in Oklahoma, based on the game of bingo. One straightforward way to tell if you're playing a Class 2 or a Class 3 game of chance, Class 2 game of skill, or Class 3 game of chance machine is whether or not it has a bingo card. Whether or not it has a bingo card on the screen. And the numbers fill in with time. And one way, and I have a written article on this because I have to get in front of a slot machine, a Class 2 slot machine, and there's one like 300 miles away, casino with them in Indiana, and I need to go figure them out. It's just not local and traveling so restricted. But in any case, on the bingo card, you can watch it fill in as the bingo game is being played. And you can watch for a diamond shape. You can watch for the stepladder. You can watch for the little diamond. And these are patterns for them to say whether or not they want to go to a different machine and play some other bingo game where, it's not just like random, but it looks like maybe a diamond's building or a stepladder's building. And apparently, and I don't have all the details, apparently if you start seeing certain types of patterns, you can win more often. But the bingo game that is based, that the slot machine is based on, the Class 2 game is based on, those patterns matter. And sometimes I think you can switch a bingo card and start fresh, or you can move to the next machine because its pattern looks a little bit more like you might win. And that's the sort of thing they're talking about. People who get really good at this are people who are, in a state that has them. bingo machines. So it's hard to tell the difference, but you might notice a bingo machine. Also, VGT, I think is, if I got the name correctly, is a manufacturer of Class 2. So you can look for the little logo, or you can look for the little bingo card, and that's how you can tell, because otherwise they're very, very similar in appearance, and it's hard to tell the difference between a Class 2 and a Class 3. And all this matters because they have different gaming rules and different ways to win. So that's what they were talking about. Steve saw some video of people at Deadwood, South Dakota Casino this week, and they were get beat up pretty bad. They lost lots of money. Machines were tight from last week. The opening weekend paid very well. This is a right. I'm a member of every state by state slots community, and while there's only 3 or 4 casinos. States with casinos that have reopened, that is exactly what I'm seeing. People say, is it loose or is it tight? And I say, it's initially loose, but then it tightens. So if you're going to go early, because they're trying to create positive buzz. It's a great business plan, but they got to tighten it up within maybe 4 hours of opening. One of the details that you could watch for, and this is be more easy to find nationwide once casinos reopen. Oklahoma, it seems as they close for part of the day, like 8 hours or something, and early morning hours to early 2 o'clock to 6 o'clock or 9 o'clock in the morning, something like that. So they close to clean. And we've been getting reports of the first 5 hours after they reopen. It's not just that first reopening, okay, it's open now, but every day they reopen. And we've been getting some reports on some casinos. This is what to watch for. And I'll talk about this in a moment. This is what we watch for. And, the patterns. And that's what we're seeing at some casinos, maybe not yours. Now, I have a question from Jamie. I think that explains this. It's a common question. I wanted to share it. So Jamie asked a question on Professor Slots Enthusiast, I believe it was, Facebook group, Facebook Slots community. Jamie asked a question about casinos needing to make money. And I'll read you my response. It's kind of a long answer, but it really is on this topic we were just talking about. So I said, hi, Jamie. No doubt you are right. But remember that that's always been the case on average. On average, casinos have to make money or they can't pay their bills. They can't keep the lights on. So as always, if that's the regular situation, what are we doing? What we are doing, what I'm trying to offer is pattern recognition, better money management, understanding state regulations. Should I play a Class 2 or should I play a Class 3? My casino has both. We are talking about ways to not be average. We are trying to figure out how to do better than average. I say, let the casinos make money. I hope that they will be able to do that, but I also hope that, we end up having 7 million people in all of our Facebook communities, and we start getting, changing state laws because we were voting bloc. I'd love for us to be huge. And that's when we might start having a problem with casinos because we might prevent them from making as much money. But right now we're small, and we'll probably always be small. Even 100,000 people on this live stream would be small and not affect state economies and Caesars entertainment revenues or anything like that. So we're good for a while, but let the casinos make money. But what we can do is also make money for ourselves, or at least break even. So what can we do? And I've asked members of our state communities, as you know, that with reopened casinos to report back on casino conditions, not just what the restrictions are and the lines are like, but also on their results. And these details, casino by casino, state by state, is where you and others, I said at the time reading this, but should go for what your casino is doing. Go to the slots communities, see what's happening the night before this morning at your favorite casino, and you will get live information. I will try to report out to you, at least for a little while in these live sessions, because it's the most important thing I can offer, most helpful thing I can offer, a week by week, a Saturday by Saturday by Saturday report out. But if you want daily, if you want hourly, join the club. join the slots community. It's free. It's private, state by state. ProfessorSlots.com/FB for Facebook, FB. And that'll give you the list, and you click, all the links are there. You just click on whatever is appropriate, and it'll take you directly to that account and request to join, and I will get to it. But the only time I can't help you join is from 2 o'clock Eastern time to 3 o'clock Eastern time on Saturdays, because I'm doing this. But I will check after we're done here. But request to join. I'll make sure that you're not another company. I'm trying to protect you, and as we grow, it's going to get more people who are bad characters or something. There's something very suspicious about having someone's Facebook account started tomorrow, right? It's tomorrow in the Far East, right? It is tomorrow, and it's just strange that people come in and it's obvious that they're not there to be a member. They're there to do an advantage. They seem to be more focused on Oklahoma. Anyway, we've talked about this. So I've been trying to keep that clear of, obviously, people looking to scam or whatever their motivations are. I don't really care. I'm getting better at not having a slip up. So you'll likely be able to join because you're a person and not a company trying to scam people. And so I'll let you in. Just be careful not to think it's unimportant. I've had people who did a music recital. I don't know what that was about. It's just like, we're focused here. If you're not going to be part of it, then don't do that. And respect everybody and all the community rules. But moving on, we've been getting comments from those people who have been to a casino in state-by-state communities with casinos that have reopened. If you join that and you haven't been to a casino, you can read some of those comments. If you join that and no one has commented, like we've been getting people that it's nice. It's nice. The people went to the casino and they were just so excited, and they were like, "I'm at the casino," and we're like, "So what was the line like? Are you winning? What could you tell us about the restrictions? Or do you ever wear a mask? I know you're excited, but if you could focus and tell us how, trip report, anything." And so sometimes they forget to actually say anything other than, "Yay, I got in. Wonderful." So ask them questions. And when you go in your state, when they reopen, please provide a report. We all appreciate it. And I'll try to summarize this stuff for you guys 1 week later. So that's the long answer. But my more general answer is, and I told them I'd be sharing that told Jamie I'd be sharing it on today's show. The first 4 hours this is the general advice I've gotten from mostly Oklahoma casinos, was the first hours of being open appears to be winning times. We think to draw in more players to have a good reputation for the casino, but then after that 4 hours or so, and it's kind of general in Oklahoma. We'll see if there's a general result in Washington, and a general result in Washington, it seems to be their tribal casino seems to be that they're not doing that, that it's just maybe the first day it was open and everything after that was just tight. Different take on it. But in Oklahoma, they've been open longer, and it just seems to be when they reopen daily or that original reopening, they're loose. And then afterwards, they tighten up. In Oklahoma, because they close for part of the day, it seems to be the beginning of each day when they open. That's something to watch for. Let us, confirm or deny that. Report in at the Oklahoma site, and we'll keep seeing if they change things. Because what I'm wondering is, we don't have much information right now. We have a week, 2 weeks, but I'm interested in knowing if it's all going to get tighter towards the end of the month because they have reporting to do, or will it all get looser? Because if they're too tight, like Washington, in Oklahoma, I think it'll probably be pretty steady. Whatever they're doing now, they'll probably continue to do it because I think they can survive with this. But if Washington is tight, how do they meet their legal requirements in their compacts? So the management of the tribal leaders, they have a certain expectation and of maintaining, not having the players hate the casinos and losing their, you get $1 from them now and you lose $1,000 later because they went away, or $10 now and, they don't come back for another 20 years and pay more. Too short-term thinking. And so I think Washington, if they're tight now, I think by the end of the month, they're going to have to loosen. They're going to be in trouble. They might have to loosen too much than if they'd been a little bit loose now. And that's kind of the two things I'm seeing on the comments. One of the things we may not get to is actually reading through some of the comments on Oklahoma and Washington. This just, I could talk for hours on, just reading them off and my conclusions. But I wanted to give you a high level. I watch these every day. I try to provide a meaningful response to every comment, and I welcome all new visitors and those people who have joined, as soon as I possibly can. And I'm letting you know this is what the trends that we're seeing on all the comments in Oklahoma and Washington. And as more states have casinos that reopen and a few days go by and a week goes by, and, we'll start understanding more week by week instead of the immediate reopening, we'll just start understanding a little bit more about, month by month, beginning of month, end of month, middle of month, is it loose on all of those? What's going on state by state? So please join the communities and for your state in anticipation of your casinos reopening if they haven't already, and report in so we all learn. Right. So that's much of what I wanted to say about state by state, week by week, day by day, towards the beginning, towards the end, later away from it. So understand. We think that, the comments that I've been getting are, we think about casinos being loose or tight as though it is the casino's decision. And while the casino is the operator, they have people leaning on them that might dictate what they do. For instance, if it's a commercial casino, and we haven't seen too many of those open, you've got state law. What, the state's going to not get their income tax? I don't think so. There's law. My mind kind of goes blank when I think about, well, maybe the enforcement division of the state police won't actually prosecute if they, oh no, I think they will. The state wants their bit. Now there may be less laws on the books, but for tribes, but that's still the same sort of thing going on within the tribe. Tribal leaders expect a certain amount of income. They're desperate for all their people who aren't working, and healthcare concerns and getting more masks and all that. So they're pushing on tribal casinos as well. So remember, there's a whole bunch of people behind the casino who's kind of, they're owners, people they're responsible to, who will hear back, have a say. And so I'm kind of wondering what that situation's like. And some of these responses we're getting, you might say tribal leaders in Oklahoma for a certain tribe aren't pushing as hard because that casino is loose, right? Well, that's all driven by the tribal leaders having people in communities who may have lost a bunch of their jobs, a certain amount, which is probably something very similar throughout the state. It's not really dependent on the tribe. But Washington might have a different circumstance. And, the Seattle cases was first and huge, as well as New York. And I think Seattle was biggest first. And they could be more severely affected because of that. And those people, tribal leaders who saw that for their tribal, who are the operators for the tribal casinos, are pushing. So it may, if we look at economic conditions, I was reminded of this. I'm working my audiobook and I'm listening to the final draft of Mastered and all that. And one of the things I was reminded of is that, Washington is going to, like, for instance, Washington and casinos base a lot of what they can do on the current economic situation. You'd be surprised how well it's connected. And so Washington may be tight, and how could we not have guessed that? I'm going to check in with the chat quickly. One more thing I wanted to cover besides maybe jump into some of the slots communities is on the slots communities, I put out a link to that virus. I don't want to use that word too often. YouTube is running an AI through our chat, our conversation, the words I say, and they can, they're trying to restrict how much that's being used. But American Casino, what is it? ASA? No, AGA, American Gaming Association, put out a casino tracker, and it shows which casinos are open and not, and it's supposed to also track the disease, and take a look. And that's the link I just dropped into the live chat, and will be available later for the podcast listeners and the video people watching the video later. So let's check in with chat before we jump to something that's next. Let's see how this is going. All right. Non-smoking from Larry, Soaring Eagle from Jan, David about bingo machines. Steve says he saw videos of people at Deadwood, South Dakota casino. Yeah, tight there. Yep. That might be commercial. That's commercial, right? So it's not tribal. And so if there's anything pushing them, it would be the state. Right, Scott. What machines do I play? Honestly, the ones I win on. The ones that probably have a bonus round, not always. The ones that, I can give you specific games, but, I like some of the TV themed ones, but again, the ones that I win on, I'm trying to be, I don't believe, part of my philosophy, and this is a main part of what I'm about on Professor Slots, is it's not the game. It's not the game theme. You might look at the game theme and say, oh, that's new. And you might make some considerations on it being near the entrance. But, it's not like it's my favorite show. Now, I admit I played The Big Bang Theory in North Kansas City when I was there, because I never, it was a bench. It was just this huge wheel. I liked that, but I didn't stay because I wasn't winning. So can you really say you liked it? Right. So I'm a science fiction fantasy person. I've read that sort of stuff all my life, and that's personally what I like. But as far as Professor Slots, I have two things. The first one is, am I winning? And very much related to that is there something about this machine that that you want me to explain, that you want me to evaluate? And I have my own problems with that because I don't believe the theme matters. Its position in the casino is far more relevant. But, sometimes that's important, where the machine is important, particularly if it's a Class 2 bingo machine, because I want to explain how to win on machines that have a bonus round, how to win on machines that's based on bingo, how to win on machines there are different types of machines. And I like to explore the new and interesting, and I like to answer your questions, and that's what I like. All right, my goal when I enter a casino is to learn something for you. If I wanted to make money, I would go to a casino until I found one machine, one out of three machines, up to three machines in any one casino. That would be the winner, and I would never do anything else. I hope for that for you. I hope that you find a machine that you win on, and then that's what you play. Like I did, more or less. I found a way to win at a casino, and it didn't matter which slot machine it was when I was winning 90 taxable jackpots in 9 months and then the car. But in another place, it was like, well, this is how you win, but I know this one and this one have been set up a little bit differently from the others. So I just sat there. It got a little boring after about 9 months of just playing one machine, but I do really like the Wheel of Fortune. It gave me some great pictures of high limit jackpots, and never seen so many $100 bills in my life. So that was enjoyable. Okay. So yeah, VGT is the manufacturer of bingo card machines, Class 2 bingo machines. Games of skill look very similar to Class 3 Vegas-style slots, except it's got small changes. And if you watch for VGT logo, business logo, they only make Class 2. They might have recently done some changes to the company. It's a good thing, but mostly it's just Class 2. So Scott says, how soon are you going to try out a casino now? Well, the last time I went was like 2 weeks before they all closed. And I'm in Ohio. I'm not traveling too much. I would like to get to Soaring Eagle with Dave and Lois and my father and his wife this summer, but only if they reopen. And then I need to get over to South Bend, Indiana. What is it? Something Win. Yeah, and play their Class 2, so I can write that article on that. And as if it were normal, I'd go. There's a lot to do. I don't know if I could go weekly. The goal was really every 2 weeks, and not the same one every time, unless more to study. Like MG, Miami Valley Gaming in Ohio is on the way to work and on the way home, and sometimes it's great to keep up on that one. It's easiest and most convenient. But the job is to, whenever I travel, hit every casino and write a report on it. That's my plans. Going out for fun, well, I do hope buffets come back. I just love a good buffet. So Denise is talking to Scott. Yep. Dean says, do you think moving forward slot machines will have a self-sanitizing feature using a UV light across the panel buttons? UV light is bad for your eyes. Not me, because UV protection, but people who are not wearing contacts, not wearing glasses, what's the long-term damage on that? So there's a lot to be figured out. I saw that self-wiping feature on, it looked like an animation, and I was like, I'm not sure self-wiping, people could hook their pinky and sue the casino. I don't know. So I if you get an idea, you might want to patent it and, come up with an amazing solution. And, for as far as all this stuff, my business may need to adapt, to ideas having to do with the 3 slot machines, the middle one's turned off, and one of the things, tips here, not tips on winning, tips on these restrictions. Please understand that when you have a 300 capacity or every other slot machine or every third slot machine, 1 out of 3 is turned off. One of the things you need to be aware of is that casinos are asking people who are sitting next to their friend who is playing, you need to be actively playing or they'll ask you to get up from the slot machine that you're sitting at and not playing. I think that's going to become common. I've seen, spouses playing, one's playing, the other one's talking to them, sitting down in the next slot machine. That's the sort of thing that I think is going to be over as long as there's a capacity limit, highly restrictive. The casinos want people to play. And if you're just sitting there, they're going to ask you to go, get up, or I don't know if they'd ask you to leave. They might. So that's the sort of changes that are coming. Scott says he's going to Downstream in Miami, Oklahoma next week. Yeah, let us know. Let's see. You're welcome, Chip. And let's see. Jan says Louisiana casinos are opening on Wednesday. Don't know what time or how long they'll be open per day. Let us know. Are you able to cross? You're in Texas, and as I think everybody was listening earlier knew, can you still get across the state border? I know you were saying that the state police were stopping people, blocking people, and they had to take the side roads in order to get across state lines. Were you able to go from Texas to Louisiana? you can let us know on the Louisiana slots community or the Texas one, how that goes, because that seems important. Steve, yeah. Hey, everybody, have a great week. Absolutely right. We're about a minute from the end. And, I hope it was a helpful conversation. I hope the links, give you a look inside casinos. That alone might be worth them. But then, when's the next time you're ever going to see a closed, empty casino where they're reporting on it in CNN? And that's great. So thank you, everybody. Have a great week. Have fun. Be safe. Make good choices. And I will talk to you later. Take care. Bye. Hello, slots enthusiasts. How are you? It's great to hang out with you again on another Professor Slots podcast episode and live stream. Today, we're diving into the latest in casino reopenings in the states of Oklahoma, Wisconsin, and Washington. But I'll do a tour of the country, as it were, to recent live streams. In the recent live streams, we've talked about the reopenings at tribal casinos in Oklahoma. We have more to talk about them, but this week casinos have also reopened in Wisconsin and the state of Washington. Are there slots tight, loose, or first loose, then tight after opening each day, as we've seen at many Oklahoma tribal casinos? Well, we'll know what's what thanks to casino reports from members of our state-by-state slots communities on Facebook. That's coming up. But first, if you're with us during the live stream, make sure you say hello in the live chat and let us know where you are at or where you play slots. Those of you that are here often know about that, but we always have new and more people, which is great. We're growing, and that's what we'd like you to do, to introduce yourself just a bit. I'll check in with the live chat in a few minutes. I was monitoring it before we went live, and it was great to see how many people were there. But in the meantime, feel free to talk amongst yourselves, and as usual, ask your slots-related questions. I'll answer those before the end of the show. Thanks again for joining us today, whether you are listening on the podcast, watching this video later, or here with us on the live stream. I'm glad you're all here. As I've mentioned in the past, we've been getting great casino reports in our private Facebook communities for states where casinos are reopening. If you aren't in a state with reopened casinos, get a jump on knowing what's going on there by joining your state's group. There, you can keep an eye on what others are hearing and doing at their local casinos, at your local casinos. There's lots of good information there, which isn't easy to find anywhere else. For example, members share direct emails from their casino's players clubs about reopening plans such as soft openings, invite-onlys, hours, safety restrictions, and more. I'm sure we've even got some reports of permanently closed casinos. I'm sure you remember. I'm sure you're a member of your casino's player club and already get those emails, but what about casinos a little further away where you aren't yet a member? And what if your casino hasn't opened yet, but that one has? Well, here's how you find out details of your less frequented casinos from slots enthusiasts just like yourself. And please share your own information from your local casinos for all the other members of your group. So find your state's private slots community at professorslots.com/FB and join now. You need to be approved, but I will approve people after I'm done with the live stream. So I dropped into the chat here the link for the list of to each state and also Professor Slots enthusiasts, kind of like all states slots community. And they're all private and, of course, free. But I haven't, all right, so these live streams are also meant to build community between us slots enthusiasts, and I certainly include myself in that group. But it's kind of this community is for everyone as well. And I've been trying to offer these live streams every week. I've so far been successful 27 times. So that's last week would have been marked 6 months of weekly shows where I pick a topic and we talk about it. It's something that seems relevant to everybody. And lately, it's been a lot of good information coming out of the slots community, and I try to update people once a week. But if you're in that state, and I don't mean to harp on this, but if you're in that state where casinos are reopenings, waiting until Saturday afternoon to get the update for the week is a bit late, and you might want to check daily, that sort of thing. Okay, so one of the things I haven't been doing, and I probably should, is I haven't really been introducing myself. So I'll do that. Hi, my name is John Friedel. Welcome to Professor Slots, a channel that's all about mastering casino slots so you can win your way to success. If you've ever walked into a casino, looked around and wondered what's going on with slots, I can help. I recognize that in the U.S., where I'm located, this is a holiday weekend, and attendance to today's show may be a bit low. We'll see how it goes. But as always, it'll be available later for viewing on YouTube, and tomorrow night around 7 p.m. Eastern Time for listening on my podcast called Professor Slots, available wherever you find podcasts. Finally, I should also mention that I have a website. It's surprising to me how many people don't know that, but I have a website with many helpful articles on casino slots. That's at professorslots.com. There you'll find my winning slot strategies, weekly state-by-state reviews of their slots industry in that state, or territory, or the federal district, casino reviews, those that I've been to in the local area, and whenever I travel, I've been trying to do more of those as I spread myself out over the country a little bit, and a whole lot more that's freely available. Too often, I don't mention all of this free content is available to help you improve your slots gambling performance, mostly because I'm trying to grow community here, but I should mention at least every few videos what's going on, what's available for you. So it's more than just answering my questions. You can find all kinds of articles on specific topics, money management, and just a whole lot more. So I haven't covered everything yet. There's just so much to write about, and so much to record, and either for the podcast or for the live stream, or even recorded videos put up on YouTube. But if you have a question or want to discuss a topic I haven't already covered, or you want more detail, comment on this video in YouTube, or if you're listening to the podcast, just shoot me an email at john@professorslots.com, where John is spelled Jon. Let me see if I will drop that into the live chat as well. I see stuff going on in the live chat, and I'm trying not to let myself get distracted by that like I have in the past. I'll come back to you guys in just a second. Finally, if you need any help with any specific needs, I also have limited time slots available each week for personal consultation. An inexpensive 50-minute consultation is available at professorslots.com/consult. And all these links, and there's a few more coming up on the tracker from the American Gaming Association stuff, but I'll make these available in the video for listening later in the live chat now, and also in the show notes for the podcast. So you shouldn't be, if you can either just back up a little bit and listen to it again, or you'll find them written down somewhere in the descriptions, various places for this. So I've mentioned all these options to my Professor Slots content, Slots Communities podcast, website, and more, because recent feedback I've gotten from my audiences is that, well, I don't mention it enough. And I'm not going to blast you with this all the time, but maybe you don't know about it. You mean, the comments I get are basically, you mean I have useful slots information elsewhere and I haven't told you about it? Well, yes, I do. So for instance, many members of my slots communities aren't aware I have a website with lots of slots articles, much less a book available on Amazon. Did I mention the book? I have mentioned the book here before, but it's called Learning to Win. I hope that captures it. It's available on Amazon as softcover, paperback, not paperback, softcover it's called. and also as an ebook, and I'm working on an audiobook. It takes some while to get it through. Apparently, everybody's doing it right now. So it's called Learning to Win, How to Make a Profit at Slot Machine Gambling. It looks like I showed you, and it's also available, as I said, as an ebook. Anyway, we should move forward, and let's see what's going on in the live chat within the live stream. Oh my, that's lots of comments. Chip has a question. I'm going to say hello to everybody, Chip, and then I'll come back to your question. I promise this time. I know one time I didn't do that before, but I promise I'll come back to it. Let's see. But hello, Chip. Hello, Joe. Joe's in California. Paula is here. She's from my hometown, Flint, and family. And feel free to talk much yourselves about tea. I didn't mean to be harsh last week if I was harsh about talking about non-slots. Become friends, talk about stuff. But and maybe occasionally I'll talk about how much I like chocolate too. So let's see. Lois and Dave are also here. They're currently in Ontario. They spend about half the year in Florida. Again, family, friends. Let's see. Denise is here. She lives in Texas, plays in Oklahoma. She is what did Facebook? What was a Facebook badge that you got, Denise? Something about conversation starter. That's right. On the Oklahoma slots community. So Scott is here from Ozark, Missouri, near Springfield. Scott, thank you so much, Scott, because I hate to get 15 minutes in and forget I pushed a button. Thank you. He says the video and the sound is good. Actually, I've been working on that a little bit. You might have noticed the headset's gone, but I can still hear things. I'm just trying to make slow improvements, just make things better. Yeah, thank you, Chuck, for the good audio. I think it wasn't so much last time. It's hard to do anything about it. Once you upload it to YouTube, there's nothing you can really do. I can fix it in the podcast, but do some renormalizing. But got some adjustments going on here, and it's always a little bit technical work to take it the next step up. But thank you. Leslie from Oregon. Your name in YouTube is Leslie from Oregon? That's efficient. So Oregon has seven feathers. This is a sort. Okay, so Leslie is going to say something which is one type of comment that we get in our slots communities, and I'll read it to you so you understand kind of the feedback that we're getting, and might want to consider joining your states to get this sort of feedback. So Leslie from Oregon says ours, that is their casino, Seven Feathers, is requiring masks and valid ID. No bingo, though. The spa is open by appointment only, and so is the pool. All right. They're only open from 7 to 2:30 a.m. They are not 24 hours yet. This is, great information. We have other comments that people make that talk about, I went, and this was what it was kind of like inside the casino. Maybe the lines were long, or little comments about, I can't sit down with my friend at another slot machine because they'll come along and tell me to move along because I need to bet. Stuff like that, and it's not every casino that does that, but it's a sort of man on the ground, boots on the ground, woman on the ground. They're there. And they're commenting about what it's like. And it's like I said, it's real hard to get this sort of information anywhere else. So Leslie says other casinos in Oregon are opening up too. Don't know all details for others. Thank you. If everyone does their part, as you have, particularly in the Oregon slots community, we're doing great. So Frank says, hi, Frank. Frankie G here from New York. Thanks for the good info. You're welcome. I just want to make sure everybody has aware of where everything is. For me, my website is home base. Everything is there except the live video. I want the live video. It's only good for until the next live video. Does that make sense? It's not the website is meant for evergreen content, if you know the terminology about having a website. Hi, Steve. Steve is in Wisconsin. Welcome. Let's see. Dean is in Nevada, and he jumps right in. Nevada Governor Sisolak sets target date of June 4th for reopening gaming industry in Nevada. Wow. There's so much to say about that. It's really so much to say about that. Catherine's here. Hello, Catherine. She's in Washington. Now, I always know that I misspeak this casino name. Ilani. Too many vowels. Sorry. Alani. And Alani opens on the 28th. So a few more days. Catherine says it's a great book. She got hers from Amazon. And thank you, Catherine. I appreciate that. Lois, Lois and Dave know that I'm working on an audiobook. There was a lot of removal of sort of sounds. And once I removed 150 of those, and dropped the noise floor technical things, the podcast can have a few bumps and some other things, but the audiobook has just got to be really cleaned up. And it is 7 hours, 58 minutes and 40 seconds long. So there's a bit to go through. And with the pandemic, everybody's making audio versions of their own books. So the queue is like a month long. Probably not within the month. What other questions you might have would be, how much would it be? I don't get to determine that. It's usually roughly determined by the length. And since mine is just about 8 hours, should be about the same price as the cover, the soft cover and the ebook. When I know more, I will let you know. I just don't want to get people too hyped too fast, and then they sort of lose interest after a month and a half. So I'll once I know exactly the date, then we'll do a proper launch. So Dave is here. He's from Oregon also, and he went to one of their open casinos, Chinook Winds on the coast. Mask required, temperature check at the door, no smoking. That's unusual, right? And no table games open. Okay. Dave says he only saw 3 hand pays, all in high stakes. Which state are you in, Dave? I don't think you mentioned it earlier. Trying to remember. Sorry, you just said. Yes, Dave in Oregon only saw 3 hand pays, and they were all in the high stakes area. See, this is the sort of thing you look at that and you say, and in his opinion, slots seemed about average to him. So, all right. And Catherine's in Oregon, but Lonnie, and I'm probably pronouncing that terribly, is 20 minutes away from her. Okay. Scott says, okay. So Scott says he went to a soft open at Downstream in northeast Oklahoma. He didn't go. His friend went, and his friend said it was not full and not many bells and whistles going off. He goes enough. He was disappointed. All right. And Dave from Oregon says, my casino host called and said Lonnie is having a soft opening for VIPs on the 26th and 27th. Yeah, I just got a message from, a comment on one of the Facebook groups. I think it was Professor Slots Enthusiasts, who was saying, hey, how do I get invited to an invite only situation? And I basically said, I believe you have to be pretty high tier, or potentially if you know someone who's high tier and got the invite, I'm pretty sure these things are guest +1, and you could be +1 to somebody if they don't have a friend to go with, right? I've taken +1s to some events. I took my sister to a 3-day was a 3-night, 4-day trip to Las Vegas a couple of years ago, and gave her my companion card. I was 7 stars at the time, and gave her my companion card, and she had never experienced anything like that before. She loves Las Vegas, but never stayed on the Strip, and much less all the comps, all the comps on your, your annual trip that they give you for 7 stars, or did back in a couple of years ago now. So Paula says, I wonder what happens if it's my turn for a temperature check and I have a hot flash. Maybe a little personal, Paula. Right. What if you have a negative? See, that's some of the stuff that's sort of coming up in discussions on the slots communities. I'll mention a security guard that found out to have it, and he was the entrance security guard, and some of the things that sort of happened after that. Some of the comments, we'll get into that. Slot Machine Wins by Chico. Hello, I'm from New Mexico and went to PHX, Phoenix area, and won $6,200 at 4 casinos. 2 jackpot hand-pays casinos seem to be paying out just normal. Thank you for letting us know about the New Mexico casinos. Of course, everybody here knows, you may have won $6,200 in 4 casinos, but how much did you take home? Right? Because $10,000, you spent $10,000 and won $6,200. It's just one of those things that we ask about. I try to tell people right from the beginning, it's not revenue, it's not winnings, it's profit. Yes, Paula, I'm laughing. That was funny, what you said. So I will come back to the live chat in a little bit, and because there's quite a bit more to say. I have had live streams where it was entirely questions, and we'll do that again. But I'm trying to service more people. And I will check in momentarily. Richard is here from Western North Carolina. You got in under the wire there, Richard. So, as I've mentioned, today's topic of interest is casino reopenings. According to the helpful casino tracker from the American Gaming Association, and in case you don't have that link, even I had trouble remembering kind of like this long link, which I will drop in the chat. If you're listening to this later, watching this later, or listening to this later, I made an easy to remember, convenient, short URL link to that tool. And as I often do this for other things, professorslots.com/tracker. professorslots.com/tracker, and it'll take you directly to the American Gaming Association, down in the research group into their casino tracker. But it says that today there are 162 casino properties that have reopened, and 827 have closed. Now, I'm going to double check that for just a second, because when I went through thoroughly the casino tracker, that was about 2.5 hours ago. So just now I said 162 casino properties have reopened and 827 remained. Well, in the last 2 hours, 2 have opened. So now 164 casino properties have reopened. And it's a fairly live tool. I haven't found too many issues with it. We'll talk about one in Nebraska shortly, but I don't know that's necessarily that the tool's wrong so much as something else. And we'll get into that. I'll mention it in a moment. I hate to put that off, but I don't want to be too distracted. We'll come to it. So in case you're listening to this later, as I said, I have created professorslots.com/tracker to take you directly to that tool. Basically, it's a map. It gives you 2 numbers on the current status, how many closed, how many open. And then there's a map that they put together, interactive map that you can zoom in on of the United States. And beneath it are some codes. So on this map, it shows open casinos in teal, little symbol, little icon. It's a type of blue, and the closed casinos are in red. Now, to distinguish between commercial casinos and tribal casinos, the commercial casinos are square icons. If they're open, they're blue. If they're closed, they're red. And the tribal casinos are circular icons. Again, open, blue, closed, red. Now, you can zoom in and also pan on the map, and I'll let you figure out how to do that. If you go to professorslots.com/tracker, you'll find that. So I'm going to go over this. I think I'll check the live chat. I see a bunch of comments. Let's see here. So Slot Machine Wins by Chico said, took home all of it. Took home all, took 5K and went home with... all right. Well, sounds like you must have won non-taxable jackpots to be able to accomplish that. Slot Machine Wins by Chico. He says, a kind of why I said one. A win is what I go home with, not just what I hit. Great. So the 6,400 or 6,200 is not just hand pays, but also non-taxable jackpots. Because that's what you just said, right? In any case, one of the things and we'll coming back to that comment I want to make about Nebraska, but I'm putting it off. Definitions are very important. What do you mean by a word? And I appreciate you telling us what a win means to you. Thank you. I have the same problem with payout returns. I consider them two different things. Payout, I would say, is theoretical and sometimes a law, and returns are the return statistics that are reported. And if you're a finance person, I would call that actuals. Definitions are important, so we know what we're talking about. That's why I have an article on definitions. In any case, let's see, what else did he say? He or she. So Steve says, nice job. And are you a professional gambler or just lucky? Give us some tips. Be aware, Steve, that's what he's looking for, I'm pretty sure. Anyway, moving on to what we're here to talk about. Feel free to talk amongst yourselves. When I zoom in on the map and pan on the map, it looks like almost half the tribal casinos in the state are open. Right. Okay. I won't do anything about Slot Machine Wins by Chico. I hope you're here to listen and not capture audience from me, because that would be rude. Anyway, moving on. As we go, everybody, we're going to get all kinds of people. Right. So when I zoom and pan in the map, it looks like almost half the tribal casinos in Washington are open. And some are still closed. Some that are still closed are most of the tribal casinos along the coast. And those near Seattle, which, makes perfect sense given it was such an epicenter. For Oregon, 3 tribal casinos along the coast have reopened, but the other 9 or so tribal casinos further in haven't reopened. Around 7 tribal casinos have reopened in California. Now, this is the tour of the country I was telling you about. 7 tribal casinos have reopened in California, all east and south of Los Angeles, but also north and near or north San Diego. There's a second highest number of casinos in U.S. states is in California. So to have 7 open out of, nearly 70, that's pretty I guess they're getting started. Another half dozen casinos in Arizona have reopened. About a quarter of all their casinos. About 30 tribal casinos are open in Oklahoma. That's the biggest number so far, which is similar to Arizona in that they, too, have only 25% of their casinos open. So Oklahoma has about 25% open, according to this map this morning. Louisiana shows most of their tribal and commercial casinos have reopened, with about a half dozen still closed. By the way, I got a note from Brian, a comment in one of the slots communities from Brian about Louisiana, that if you know Diamond Jacks in Boise City, my French, has permanently closed. I understood it wasn't a very impressive casino, but that's just what I was told, and I don't actually know. I hadn't been there, and looks like I won't ever be now. Mississippi and Kansas show a half dozen commercial casinos open along the Mississippi River between them, but it's hard to tell which casinos are on the east or west side of the river. Okay, I won't do anything. Slot Machine Wins by Chico. Hi. Please understand that the live chat is not going to be available to anyone other than the 11 people currently on here. It would be to your benefit not to share any links if you want to stay. But again, no harm done. Just a few of us here. Nobody will see it later. Still, I don't have a good feeling. If you wanted to work together, it won't be possible now. Right. Mississippi and Kansas show a half dozen commercial casinos open along the Mississippi River. Now, if you zoom in enough on the map, you can begin to tell which one's on which side of the river. It is hard to tell which casinos are on the east or west side of the river, so which state are they in. So it looks like there's roughly half-ish, it looks like. Florida is showing 2 open casinos. One is the Seminole Hard Rock in Tampa, and, I have to work on this one. Nicosacky Resort and Gaming Center in Miami. But as I happen to know, that has only Class 2 bingo-style slot machines. In North Carolina, Harrah's Cherokee Valley River in Murphy is open, and is the very popular Harrah's Cherokee in Cherokee. I got a little confused by the map because there's a bingo hall right next to, just about on top of Harrah's Cherokee, and you couldn't see the green, the blue under the red, right? The blue of Harrah's Cherokee being open and the red of the bingo hall on top of it being closed. So make sure you zoom in enough to see which casino is which when they're very close together physically. Anyway, I don't mean to tell you how to use a map, Google Map, but moving upward in the map, we're down in North Carolina, moving up from Florida. We're going to head on up to New England. I'm trying to remember from living there. Is New York one of the New England colonies? In any case, the only blue I can find in that whole region was in Western New York, Lakeside Entertainment, and that's the only one anywhere near there. So as much as the Midwest has been having reopened casinos, here in like in Ohio, I don't have a hope of it. There might be something in Michigan, but there's restrictions that I have to work with my day job about traveling, even personally. Automatic quarantine. It's just, there's restrictions on my travel, but there's people in all of New England, with the possible exception of Western New York, who don't have an open casino. And so we are living vicariously through others, through our slots communities for that sort of thing. So sliding over to Michigan, there are currently 3 open tribal casinos, but they're all in the Upper Peninsula. And this is, I'll make it this point later, but this is just what the map is showing now, not necessarily this afternoon, this evening, tomorrow, next week. And so there's 3 open casinos. They're all in the Upper Peninsula. They're hard to reach if you're in the lower part of Michigan, but they're relatively easy to reach if you're in northern Wisconsin. So we're seeing activity on the Wisconsin slots community by people who are going to the Upper Peninsula, some of them just across the border in Michigan, and, talking a bit about those casinos. Now, I'm going to talk a little bit about Wisconsin in a moment because it looks like they're imminent on some of their casinos opening up. So back to the map, it shows open casinos in Nebraska. Now, the map does not show open casinos in Nebraska yet. Our slots community for Nebraska says that they, actually it was another casino where they talked about it, another slots community that talked about it, not Nebraska. They said that they went to 2 casinos that had opened in Nebraska. And so I think this is a gaming regulations issue, a state gaming regulations issue. Nebraska is kind of tricky with their gaming regulations. They're just different. Different is not necessarily bad, but different is different. So we don't need to go deep into this. I have an article on it, but professorslots.com/NE for Nebraska. But all gambling is prohibited in Nebraska. All right. All gambling is prohibited in Nebraska, except for poker and other table games and a few other things. I think slots are actually not allowed, but plenty of what any other state would call gambling is available. So how do you, if you don't understand that Nebraska has defined gambling different from everybody else, then you might say it has no casinos, but it certainly does if you use the more common definition. See, Slot Machine Wins by Chico. Is there like a name I can call you? If you, don't define things properly, if you use some different kind of definition, yours, mine's, theirs, if it's just misunderstood, then you come across as misunderstood. So moving further west, 2 tribal casinos are shown as open in Box Elder and Azure, both in Montana. Further west, there are 2 tribal casinos open in Idaho. One is here's another name, too many vowels. Well, it's not too many vowels. It's just too many vowels for me. Kootenai River in Bonners Ferry, and the popular Coeur d'Alene. My French is terrible. In Worley, not far from the border to Washington. So you might have heard about that being open. Certainly, we've gotten a lot of community stuff, activity from Washington about this Idaho community casino. So that completes our tour of the U.S. for open casinos. Overall, far more tribal casinos are open than commercial casinos. The largest concentration of open casinos are in Oklahoma and the state of Washington. But remember, this online tool is live, so it only shows open casinos and not about to open casinos, Nebraska excluded. Our slots communities appear to be a much better place to find information on upcoming reopenings. That's just another reason to join your state's slots community, especially as much as more and more states slowly open some of their casinos. Casinos aren't reopening as fast as they close. I think everybody is aware of this, but I want to make this point because I think it matters. What was it? Over less than 2 weeks that all casinos shut down in mid to late March. Well, we're seeing reopenings happen a lot slower and not all at once for any given state. Oklahoma started opening, I think it was probably first, and only 25% of their casinos, and they have over 100 of them, depending on how you count them. Again, definitions. So, as much as we talk about it, they're only 25% open. So to keep up with this dynamic activity. Whether or not your state has reopened casinos, you can find out about when they might be open, because everybody, we're slots enthusiasts. Okay, we have inside information. Well, it's not technically inside information. We have we're members of players clubs, and we get information and we share it. And so about reopenings, soft opens, invite only openings, that sort of thing. So that's how to find out about that on a daily basis, on an hourly basis, whenever you want to. Go to your state by state community. I think it will help you. So as promised, I'm going to go back to the live chat and see where that's at. Lots of comments. That's great. Let's see. Yes, Frank in New York, if I remember correctly, can't wait for Atlantic City, New Jersey to open their casinos. He needs to win some money. Yeah, we're all feeling the burn, man. We're all feeling the burn. Scott says, when I start back, I am taking a small notebook to keep track of dollars going in and what I come out with, date and time. Don't forget to put in the casino. Maybe you only go to one casino, but that's what you need. Right. Yeah. The win-loss statement is the IRS says, great, have it, but it's not enough. It doesn't have the necessary information to actually do gambling records. But if you have gambling records and you also want to provide the win-loss statement, they say, it's partial proof of the gambling records being accurate, like maybe your bank deposit slips would be, and that's, they're not primary. Win-loss statements are not primary. They can't be. They don't have the information that the IRS wants. Dave, win-loss statements can be depressing sometimes. Ain't that the truth? And to Slot Machine Wins by Chico, I'm just doing a bit of pattern recognition, and thank you, Slot Machine Wins by Chico. I'm glad that you're here, and thank you so much for your contribution. Much appreciated. Denise, yeah, that's Denise has got it right. Yeah, I don't mean to jump on you. Slot Machine Wins by Chico. Just been, as we grow, we're entering new eras, and I am highly protective on our slots community's website, everywhere. I'm highly protective. I've made promises to my audience, and people don't have to. People don't actually have to cross a line for me to start worrying about them. Thank you, Steve. Steve says he's watching some videos on YouTube. Why is my cat playing? Now I have another cat playing with the other end of this. Great. I won't try to pick him up, because we know what happened last time with that, those of you who listened before. So Steve says, I was watching some videos on YouTube in Deadwood, South Dakota, and seen some patterns on first spin bonuses happening. A couple were jackpots, and then some didn't pay anything. That was on live play. Right. I know we've been putting, a month now into casino reopenings, and before that, I think casino closings, maybe 4 or 5 shows now. Right. Into the reopenings and before that, the closings. But that's the sort of thing we want to talk about normally, which is what patterns are you seeing? One of the things that I talk about is, every casino sets up their slot machines differently, including some not setting them up at all. And some have a taste that you can capture, and you look at my 5-pull method for that. But it isn't you. I mean, you need to understand what the approach is, but it isn't you making it happen. It's you checking the casino to see if they are doing it. You can't make them do it, and you don't know if they've done it unless somebody reports it on the slots community or this YouTube video. In which case you say, "Aha!" It's like looking at one of the 5 states that have slot machine denominations by casino. Well, just slot machine denominations, because there's 5 that do that and others that do less. And if you find a 98% return statistic, the actual, on a particular slot machine, and there's only 4 of them, at that casino, like I did when I went to North Kansas City, Harrah's in North Kansas City in December. They have, you can find them and play them because you saw that, consistently in the last 4 months, they were high. Now, if you're a statistician, you'll know that it isn't because, you can't make future predictions on random data, on older random data, but this isn't random. This is a casino setup. All right. When you start understanding that casinos have something that they can do, then you look for it. And there's a bunch. That's what my winning slots strategies are about, to check your casino if they do that. Right. So I'm glad, not to go too long about this, I'm glad you watched that video on YouTube from Deadwood, South Dakota. I'm glad that you saw that pattern. I wonder if anybody else saw it. Is it possibly because I mentioned patterns exist that made you go, that's a pattern? Because that, when I walk into casinos and, I know all the patterns that I know and been looking for them for a couple of years now, and I'm getting better at spotting them. Some can only be spotted if you're a local at the casino because you have to come back and come back and come back. But sometimes a lot of them you can, develop an eye, an observational ability, and do exactly what you just did, only by walking into a casino. Yeah. Well done. Okay. I'm sorry. There's a joke there. Slot machine wins by Chico. Just Chico. So I call you Chico or just Chico. Sorry. Just trying to be friendly. Steve, I think some of the machines were idle for some time. It was not very busy from what I could tell. See, he's now referring to another, basically a sort of a corollary to the 5-pull method. And he wonders, right? And that's the sort of thing you could check out if you were there, but you can't really, if they didn't notice on the video, then you can't really do anything about it. So, you make a list of all the different possibilities and you go into a casino like I do when I go into a casino and say, right. So not this one. That's a maybe. This is a definite, and you just look for them. And sometimes every 10th visit I go, oh, that's a new one. That's a new one. I should look into that. Maybe write an article about it. I like, for instance, on the 5-pull method, which very briefly is to make 5 bets on a slot machine. Stop if you win anything at all. On the first bet, you win anything at all, stop. And for this method, and then move on. Because the idea in the 5-pull method is to collect what the casinos are doing is they're giving you a taste. They're going to give you a little win right there at the beginning, and then they want you to spend all that and whatever you brought with you. All right? So I say, don't. I say, stop right then and collect the taste on the next slot machine, and the test on the next slot machine, and the test on the taste. You collect tastes. Now, you might say, well, that's really not that much money. But you know where I learned this? I learned this in a high-limit slot room, all right? And these tastes, they were hundreds or thousands of dollars. So, and casinos that do this don't just do it, it's not any particular, it's all slot machines. It's all slot machines. And I'm like, well, if I can confirm it on a penny machine, making 1 penny bets or, something where I'm not spending much money, and it works like a charm because to best of my data collection at this point, it's about 1 in 3 casinos do this. Why am I not walking over to the high limit room? There might be 10 or 25 machines there, and you can only do it 10 or 25 machines, but it ain't no $10 that you're winning. All right. So that's part of it. Wise Virgin, this is again definitions. I think I would have, Richard asks, does my book go into pattern recognitions? I went thoroughly over pattern recognition. I just didn't use those words because they're threatening Oh, pattern recognition. I couldn't do that. You mean I could try pulling the machine, making 5 bets and then stopping before I get to 5 if I win anything at all? I can do that. But pattern recognition, I can't do. Right. So when I was teaching physics, there's difficult concepts, complex, not easy, but you can explain them so people understand. Kinetic coefficient of friction, static coefficient of friction. This is all crazy talk, right? It's not even calculus, but it's still crazy talk. And so I would say, well, how when a bus stops, this is a town where everybody rode the bus. How a bus stops, you come to a halt and it goes, that's what I'm talking about. And they come back later and they say, wow, I was just on the bus and it did that. And I thought about physics. So yeah, pattern recognition, but I don't have to call it that. And it's not a good idea my task is to help people. It is not to incorrectly make myself seem smarter or something. I am trying to help people. Yeah, but it's all pattern recognition. Well, so much of this is. You want me to highlight the book? Just print it in yellow. I'm being facetious, but, big part of it. So Joe, seriously, the other thing I want to say, because I'm talking more and more about the business and it's the direction that I'm going, we're not static here, I'm moving forward. So every time we have one of these, like a clock moving, it's going to be hours later before you know it. I tell you guys everything, right? You want to win, ask a question. I will tell you what works. And I will also say, what did Chip Barron say in an email after last week? What did you say, Chip? You said, I am a realist, right? I don't make grandiose statements. I don't say, hey, I've won millions. And, there's these people, oh, it's just crazy. They'll come to you and they'll try to take advantage, and it's like a knife to the heart. I've won millions and millions of dollars playing slots. I would have thought that you would have figured that out. And I'm like, really? I'm talking to a millionaire. I don't think so. I wish, we all wish, and the more of a gambling addiction we have, the more we wish that. I explain how it is. What I know, what I figured out, and I figured out quite a bit, I suspect. There's more to figure out, but the 5-pull method, you find a casino that does that. That's all you ever have to do to make money. But then maybe you want to know another one. Maybe that casino gets bought by somebody else, and that new management says, no, we're not doing that anymore. We're going to do the thing we did at the other casinos that we own. And then so maybe you need to know more than the 5-pull method. But if it works at your casino, you're done, right? Off you go. But sometimes we want to know more than that because we can save money with money management, and we can save, even with the 5-pull method. And I've also seen that casinos that do the 5-pull method will sometimes slowly step away from it. That it still worked, but the amounts in the high limit room that I was at, just month after month, it was just less because it was great for the casino. But slots enthusiasts who think about playing slots think about playing slots, and they will notice these things. And Scott makes a good point. Why 5 pulls? I picked that because I thought it was a good compromise. Its taste is usually in the first 5 pulls, but sometimes in the first 10, but sometimes it isn't. So your profit may be a little bit less if you went to 10. But on the other hand, maybe 6 is a better number. Scott uses 6. So, you have to decide whether it's 5, 6, 7, 1, 2, 3. I call it 5, but it's adjustable if you really get into it. Thank you, Chico. Let's see. He says, loves the videos. Keep up the good work. You too. Dave says, wouldn't it be the same, though, as doing 5 spins, cashing out, and then put money in again and 5 more pulls? That's 2 different winning strategies. And sometimes the casino does both. Sometimes they only do one. Sometimes idle machines win. Sometimes 5 pull, the taste idea is what they do. Sometimes they do both. So this is, for the most popular, most widespread winning slots strategy, maybe you take a moment and figure out which one it is. Because then if you say, take your card out, wait, and put it for a second, put the card back in, well, maybe you should wait 5 minutes, because the winning slot strategy about the idle machines really does depend. Is it half a day? Is it until about noon on Sunday from whenever people left at 4 a.m. on Saturday, or earlier? Or is it 5 minutes? And I've gone over and over this. There's certain things happen when you pull the card out, but certain things happen if you wait an hour, and certain things happen that when you wait 6 hours. And all this is kind of parameters that the casino has at hand. And I don't want you to make the assumption that two things are going on at once when only one is, because I want you to win the profit. And it's not hard to check. It's very cheap. And so, I hope you understand that this stuff is meant for the thinking person, right? So anyway, we can talk about that more sometime. Let's get back to this. Right. So Steve says most of the guys were betting $12.50 either on nickels, max bet, or dimes, high roller bets, but should work on any bet. Yes, that's the thing. Almost all there are some winning strategies where you would at most find 3 winning slot machines. You remember when I talked about this before? 3 winning slot machines at a casino. All right, at most 3, if any, at most 3. But there are one, and might be another one sorta, one that is on all slot machines, either doing it or not doing it, is the 5-pull method. Anyway, I hope this isn't too complicated. You want to win, So, and the biggest problem that we have, is this is not how people think about winning at slots. It's only been possible since 2012, and even then it was only the upgraded casinos. But by now, everything but the riverboat casinos have been upgraded. So check. It's cheap to check. Check. If it's not there, I'm sorry. If it is there, enjoy. Right. So I'm going to. Right. Yeah. Golden rule. There's comments here about how much bankroll, depends on your bankroll, that sort of thing. Golden rule, right? Don't bet more than you can comfortably afford to lose. And stick with that. You can do high limit if you can pay for high limit, but it's also the 5-pull method is the cheapest way to pay high limit. But it still costs money. And make sure you check out a low limit before you move to high limit, but it's an easy next step. Okay, so there's a crazy number of comments going on in the Oklahoma community. We've got a few minutes left, and I'm hoping that, Oklahoma has always been very active. I mentioned a couple weeks ago when they got to 200 members, right? Now, 285, but more have come in since we've been chatting here for almost an hour. So they're just going by leaps and bounds. I think partly because 25% of their casinos reopened and people want to know stuff, partly because of this video and other things that I've done previously. So it's a very active group, and I'm also seeing that with Washington, and I'm also seeing that with several others of the communities, and some are very quiet. Who was it that was from New York? Frankie? I think you joined, your name sounds familiar, joined the New York one, but what is that all about? They listen. Nobody talks. They just listen. I used to live in Connecticut, so I kind of recognize some of this. Right. So Oklahoma had a Lucky Star Conco. Pronunciations are, I should look these things up beforehand. The entranceway security guard at Lucky Star Conco tested positive for the virus, and he was one of the people that more or less was doing temperature checks. And there was a comments emotional. People worry about what, I passed within, less than 6 feet from somebody, reached out their hand and shown a device onto my forehead. They were inches away. What the heck? And most of the comments were not pleased with the casino for not shutting down. But we can talk about whether or not that would be the best idea, etc. But it's all very, I'm not a medical professional to really. I have my own opinions, but they're just personal opinions about whether or not I'm in Ohio. I have restrictions on my day job where I can't travel unless perhaps I go into self-quarantine just in case, because I'm an essential employee and we do stuff having to do with aviation that matters about keeping that going. And so I can't go to a casino. I mean, there might be one open some week in June in Michigan. We'll see. I'd love to go, but I got things I can't risk. Anyway, that's personal decisions for all of us, right? So Washington Slots community has had, I'm going to quickly get through these. Washington Slots community has come back with, seems like everything's tight. They're not really doing what Oklahoma was. Seems like Oklahoma's odds of winning, there's 2, if you win, how much you win. And Oklahoma seems to bump up the first or maybe leave it the same, but drop how much you won. So a lot of people were winning, but they weren't winning a lot. And that went over great. Okay. Then they shut it down after the casino had opened every day after about 4 hours. That was the pattern that so many people had talked about in Oklahoma. Washington, it's tight right from the get-go. In fact, there's more detail there if you're interested and want to join, because Washington has its own little gaming regulations and casinos are taking advantage of it. And people who know their machines are like, what? I can't, geez, the gall. So in Wisconsin's got some stuff coming up. I mostly mentioned that. And I mentioned Nebraska and definitions there and what all that means. So we'll quickly check the live chat and say planting season. Okay. Steve says, thanks. Talk amongst yourselves, ask what other people think. It's a great example of what we're seeing in the slots communities. Only the slots community might have 300 people here, talking to one another. And certainly everybody here's now is here on a holiday weekend. So great. I appreciate everybody's responses here. All right, so Scott says we need an index to follow for next show, something we can see to comment on when the show starts. I have to think about what you mean by that. Could you send me an email, explain what you mean by that? We need an index to follow for next show, something we can see to comment on when the show starts. I'm not quite sure what you mean by that. So Scott, we're posted where? Posted on YouTube? Oh, you want me to do like a pre-video? Talk about, hey, I have an online show. It's on Saturdays. And this next Saturday will be this. And just do like a 30-second, minute-long video. If you think that'll work, is that done? I'm all for it. If it helps people, I'll look into that. Excellent. So please, everybody, have fun, be safe, and, make good choices. And Dave, I won't forget, I'm working on it. He wants to know about the shirts. I'm going to get one in and wear it on a show, and you'll probably be the first you see of it. I'm trying to set up someplace where you can buy them. I can buy them, but yep. All right. All right. We've got at least 2 people saying pre-videos, recorded videos to let people know. Will do. The next one for next week will be, I'll set it up momentarily, and it'll just sit there. And so you could start commenting now if you wanted to, or start commenting in half an hour. But I got to build it and stuff. So yeah, pre-video. Excellent. And we're over. A 15-minute preview? Nobody's going to want a 15-minute. They say the longest a video should be, unless you're live, is 8 minutes. And even then, that's a long, long time. I will do a preview. And we will, of the specified length of all the experts that I've heard, and then we'll see. We'll see. I'll look into it. The first one won't be the best one. 6 months later, we'll be doing great. But it's an excellent suggestion, and we'll grow on it. Sal's here. I know I'm going over. If you need to leave, that's fine. Sal says is here from Massachusetts. Boxwoods and Mohegan Sun in Connecticut, scheduled to open June 1st. Every other machine activated per their update. Great. Good to know. Oh, Scott wants a live 15-minute preview? I don't have to think about that because I don't see how it could be a preview. I could have a live video that would be 2 live videos a week where the first one says there's a longer one later. I got to figure out how all this works together, but I'll think about it seriously, Scott. Thank you for the suggestion. See if I can make it work with all the other boulders that I'm juggling. All right. I'm over. First time that I'm over. Have fun. Be safe. Make good choices. Bye. Hello, slots enthusiasts. How are you? It's great to hang out with you again for another Professor Slots podcast episode and live stream. Today, we'll be diving into how to perform a casino assessment on casinos which have reopened. As casinos reopen near you, do you need help figuring out which one you should place slots at? Shouldn't you go to the best available? But how do you figure that out? How do you figure out which casino is best for you? So in today's live stream, I'll explain how to perform a casino assessment, highlighting casino openings. That's coming up. So, but first, if you're with us during the live stream, make sure you say hello. I see people are saying hello. Thank you, Chuck, for confirming the audio is good. Otherwise, I'm just talking to myself, and I'll think I have a great show, but then nobody else will have heard it. That's happened, and I've restarted. But first, if you're with us during the live stream, make sure you say hello in the live chat and let us know where you are at or where you play slots. I'll check in with the live stream in a few moments. And as usual, answer your slots-related questions. For those of you who haven't been with us before, I usually try to spend, it kind of comes and goes depending on the urgency of the topic, but usually spend about half of our hour together answering questions, hopefully on or around the topic that I covered in the first half hour or so. So I'll answer those before the end of the show. Now, apologies go out to what is this handle? I know his real name, Chip Barron. I apologize for not answering your detailed paragraph question, the first comment from the last show, because I was saying hello and I promised to come back and I didn't, and I owe him, because unfortunately it was the second time I'd done it. So, somebody remind me next time or something. Apparently I've got a problem with that. I haven't seen him on yet, but I haven't looked for him yet. In any case, thanks again for joining us today, whether you are listening on the podcast, watching this video later, or here with us on the live stream. Quite a few people watched the video later. Last weekend, we didn't have a lot of people here live, but it was Memorial Day weekend. We get over 1,000, nearly 2,000 at this point, watching it later. And if I look at my statistics at the moment, we've got 13 people in the live stream, and I'm happy to see them, or rather see their chat. They can see me, I can't see them. Hi. My name is John Friedel. Welcome to Professor Slots, a channel that's all about mastering casino slots so you can win your way to success. If you've ever walked into a casino, looked around, and wondered what's going on with slots, I can help. As of about an hour ago, 227 U.S. casinos have reopened, and 762 remain closed. Many casinos have started to open in the last week, with quite a few more planning to open in June. And June starts tomorrow. Wow, where did May go? I shouldn't say that. May felt like it was 100 years long. I'm sure you agree. During our last show a week ago, 162 casino properties had reopened, while 827 closed, with another 62 casinos opening in the last week. We're up to about 6.5% of all U.S. casinos being reopened. Where am I getting this current information? Well, the American Gaming Association has created a live casino tracker on their website. To get to it, there's either their rather long URL or the convenient one I've created. So I will drop this into the live chat and I'll say it out loud, and it will be in the description and it will be in the show notes for the podcast. It is professorslots.com/tracker. All right. Got to keep an eye on things in the live chat. Sometimes YouTube drops in messages all the time for me, and I need to make sure they're okay. Something that might be of interest to anybody else who does YouTube, I've switched everything on the YouTube channel. It used to be a personal channel, and now it is a branded channel. So that means I can have employees. And hopefully, the only thing that happened was all my comments were deleted, not anybody else's, just my responses. There weren't too many of those because there haven't been too many comments up to now, but just minor things. I keep on working on the business. I mentioned 2-3 weeks ago that you're going to start seeing more and more changes. And I've got actually another one for you coming up in a minute. So, as I also mentioned on my last live stream, perhaps you're wondering what it's like at a reopened or about to be reopened casino. Now, all this relates to our topic for today. So, it's a system of where do you get information? Where do you get that information, this information, and then how do you make your decisions, and are your decisions right for you? So I'm going to talk about a few things that all accumulate into being able to talk about our today's topic, which is casino reassessments. So perhaps you're wondering what it's like at these reopened casinos, or what it will be like once other casinos reopen. How do you get that information? For reopening plans for casinos in your area, as well as, frankly, interactive casino trip reports, which I don't think I'd ever heard of before. It turns out I'm doing that, or rather I'm helping make that happen. You can go to your local, you can get casino trip reports from your local slots enthusiasts, okay? Some of whom you may know. You may have seen them before at your casino because they go to your casino. So be sure to join one of my private slots communities on Facebook. I've got one for every state, as well as one more for every state, called Professor Slots. There's got to be a better way to say that. Called Professor Slots Enthusiasts. To find these slots communities, visit professorslots.com/Facebook. Excuse me. professorslots.com/FB, and click on the appropriate link to be taken directly to that state's Facebook group, or our overall one, Professor Slots Enthusiasts. So I will drop that link to the usual 3 places, one of which is the live chat, and then jump back. And also I'll put that in the description for this video, as well as in the podcast show notes, as usual. And at some point I might never say that, but this is where you can find that. If you don't, just remember professorslots.com/FB. It'll be alphabetical, and you just choose yours, and it goes straight to your Facebook group. And all you need is a profile on Facebook in order to be able to join, and I'll approve the request most likely. So, one last piece of business, something that you guys have been talking about here in the live chat, because this is where I get a lot of feedback, as well as the slots communities. And you had requested that I create Professor Slots apparel and other merchandise like a coffee mug. So while I haven't launched this, you guys have been so helpful that I thought I'd tell you first. Well, the first announcement. I mentioned this to a few other people, and I've ordered some myself. They haven't arrived yet. It'll be another 11 days before they arrive, and I'll show you them. It might be what I wear from now on here. What's going on here is that there is a website that YouTubers can use, which there's only one, which is in cooperation with YouTube. So you can, it's integrated. But I can't use it yet because I don't have enough subscribers. Like and subscribe to this video. And so we can build that number, because I'd like to be able to just put it where you can find it more easily, particularly on YouTube. But it is set up. Once I have enough subscribers, I'll do the usual thing. But right now I've just set up so that all I have to do is just, get approved by YouTube. So I've set it up, and I plan to do a formal launch later with my whole audience on all the platforms. But you've been so great, all of you, on the live, on the watching this later, and on the podcast. You've been so great. So I wanted to offer it to you first. Why? Because it was your help that helped me choose what to call you. Okay. With your help, I've decided, out of all the things that you've offered and suggested, I've decided to call you Slots Enthusiasts. You might have noticed, if you're a member of one or more of the Facebook groups, that everything was changed from the old name to now the name of the state, followed by Slots Enthusiasts, Alabama Slots Enthusiasts, Oklahoma Slots Enthusiasts. And so I changed the name on all 56 state by state, including territories in the federal district. So it's 56, and then one more for Professor Slots Enthusiasts. So I decided to go with that after all the back and forth that we'd had. Now, the other names you've suggested were very helpful. Please, they were very helpful. Thank you. And it's likely I'll be using several of them for various projects as we go. It's nice to have a collection of quite nice sayings. Titles, names, maybe one of those would be the name of the online course later. Maybe I'll write a book with that as the title. There's several possibilities, and now I have plenty of good ones to choose with. So thank you very much for your help. But for now, everything I have available has "I'm a Slots Enthusiast" on it. The shortcut to its website is professorslots.com/swag. That's SWAG. And again, it's a shortcut. The company, I put this into the live chat, and you'll find it later if you're watching this later in the description for the video, and as well as in the podcast show notes. So that's the website, or rather, that's the link to the website. I haven't put it on my website. It's a website for a place called Teespring, the company that YouTubers coordinate with YouTube to use. The clothing, and it's not just clothing, the clothing has "I'm a Slots Enthusiast" on the front, in a small square here, and then across the back as well. And the front small font backs, of course, big and across the back, 2 lines, "I'm a Slots," and then across the bottom, "Enthusiast," with an exclamation point. That's on the back because, as we know, when you're sitting at a slot machine, generally your back is towards everybody, and I thought you'd like that. So that's so people can see you when you're sitting at a slot machine. I have some of my own items on order, as I had mentioned, and you'll see them once they arrive. So let's go and check into the live chat. It's been, 13 minutes of talking. My goodness. So Texas Tootsie is here. Her name is Jan, she says. We email regularly, including today, twice, 3 times. So she usually plays in Louisiana, but she's in Texas. Paula is here. She's in Flint, Michigan. She says she's looking forward to today's topic, and as does Jan. And Baldwin, Missouri is where Chuck is from, and he says local casinos will open Monday. Yeah, a lot of stuff's comment. I thought this was to be a timely topic to have. Before, you might have, a week ago, 3 weeks ago, you might have had one casino you might know of, but now you got choices, maybe. Hopefully, we'll see. Okay. Chip says, hi, Professor John. He's always coming up with these new things. What is it? John's Jovial Jackpotters or something? JJJ. You have your cinnamon tea and blueberry bagel, his notepad and Taza chocolate. And he's he says a big hi to John's Kitty Wonderland. I should do a roll call at some point. I'm being ignored at the moment. I'm going to count my blessings on that one. We'd know what's happened in the past. Denise is here. She's from Texas. But this mourning her losses in Oklahoma, and a couple of crying faces. Oh my goodness. Lois and Dave are here. They're in Ontario, family friends. Steve is here. He's in Wisconsin. Hello, Steve. There's and the other reason why I thought it would be timely to talk about this, and I don't want to take too much time here because it's let's get to the topic. But I've been hearing about some losses on Facebook and what to do about it, shall we say? And so that's why I thought this might be something to do. Okay, thanks, Lois and Dave, for the feedback. Joe is here. He's in California. And Brian, hello, Brian. Dean, peace, good to see you. Steve, new shirts. Steve bought some of my older Professor Slots shirts that were just more branded a while ago. And now I have more. ProfessorSlots.com/swag. Check it out, Steve. Right, so there's my links I sent out earlier. Steve says play mostly at Anita, Green Bay, Wisconsin, and Island Casino in Upper Michigan. Yep. We talked about that a little bit last. Talked about those casinos, or at least Island Casino, Upper Michigan, how it's very approachable to people in Upper Wisconsin, but not so much Upper Michigan because it's Upper Peninsula stuff. David is here. He's in Oklahoma. Well, Dave, very few people actually watch it live. Far more, 100 times as many people watch it later. I'm sorry about this being a bad time. I have to think if there's something I can do to switch it up. It's very important to be on a regular schedule. But it's good to see you now. Scott says, it's been a rough time. Okay, Paula stepped away and we didn't know. And now she's back. Hi, Paula. And Catherine's here. Catherine from Oregon is here. Okay, so I'm caught up on the live stream, on the live chat in the live stream. And let's come back to it. Where are we at? Okay. Right. That was great. Today's topic is based on one of my 3 big articles on my website. I haven't written it for the pandemic. I wrote it well before, and this is one of 3 big every slots enthusiast must know topics, and it's called Assessing Casinos for Success. The first one, that's what we're going to cover. The second one, which we kind of covered once, again, I don't actually read these word for word or anything like that, but I review them and talk about stuff that I didn't end up putting in it or things that happened later that sort of apply. So the second one is choosing slot machines, including using pay tables to determine my goodness ratio. And if you've been on the show before, you've heard about that. And as well as the third article, identifying your gambling goals, because how can you know if you've met your goals unless you know what your goals are? right? And so that's why it's my three primary. So to find these three primary posts for slots enthusiasts, you'll find links to them on the front page of my website between the title, Learning to Win at Slot Machines, and a short video where I introduce myself, where I'm sitting in this chair in this office, but I'm wearing a bow tie and a corduroy jacket, so I look more like a professor. And between those two things, that title, that big white title, and that video are some links. Now, if you're using a mobile device, it's actually a little menu. And so you can watch for that. And it's just a little, there's lots of different ways you can look at this stuff. But between Learning to Win and the video are 4 or 5 articles, and they're just links to them. So the first one is Start Here, and the last 2 are personal coaching, and the very last one is posting schedule. But between Start Here and personal coaching, which I call bonus round, sandwiched between those 2 are these 3 articles. And the first one is the one I'll be reviewing, Assessing Casinos for Success, and that I'll be covering today, as well as covering why you need to do this now. It's a generally useful tool, task, and frankly, a necessary assessment. Should be, assessments are so important. They should be done at least once a year by every slots enthusiast. But besides annually, it's needed after a casino has, and I talk about this in the article, has changed ownership, had any significant renovation or construction done, and more. In fact, it's hard to say exactly how many things. What's significant, what isn't. Tear down half the building, move the track down the road because it's also a racetrack. What you have to decide when you need to do it, but you need to do it at least annually. If you notice a big change, as I think anybody who's been on a prior show knows, and we have new people all the time, so I want to repeat this. My winning techniques aren't to make you more lucky, okay? That's between you and the universe. Sorry. But, it isn't entirely luck. It's always luck a little bit, but, lightning can strike. But there are, regular winning it means advantage plays. And the advantage plays aren't, you need to notice them. You need to implement a counter response to what? To the universe? No, to the to the casino operator. The operator has tools and measures. It's the new technology, central servers, and adjustments to odds on machines that are near the end of the row, near the bar. We've talked about a lot of these, and they're all based on what is the casino operator doing, combined with some luck. So we can't do much about the luck, but we can do some other things. And all the casinos closed for, 2.5 months? So did they renovate? Did they do some construction? That would drive a reassessment. And what about the next, just the closing and the national crisis? A couple of days ago, I began to realize that this is one of those things. It wasn't something I had considered, when I wrote the article. But once I realized, we need to go way back to one of my first articles. I tried to start with the most important things and take a look at that. So when I think about how to best help slots enthusiasts through this unique time, I realized that a national crisis where all casinos suddenly closed and after over 2 months are now slowly reopening. It's not just that casinos might have taken those 2 months to make some serious renovations on their properties, but that all casinos have made changes. All casinos have made changes to accommodate safety precautions. And some of those may be, every other slot machine turned off. That's got to be significant. That right there, that'll drive a reassessment. What's the consequences of that? So let's get to it. A direct link to the article although you can find it fairly easily on my website, right there on the first page, professorslots.com. But I'm going to drop this into the chat, and I'm also going to, of course, put it into the podcast show notes and the video notes. So the article itself, I sort of alluded to this earlier, the article itself doesn't reference the pandemic, nor was it written since the pandemic, wasn't written this year. It doesn't even mention what to do in case of a national crisis, how innocent we once were. It was written as one of the first must-know primary topics for slots enthusiasts. After the introduction, you don't have to go necessarily to the website. A lot of people don't like to come out, get off of the media platform that they're on. So if you want to stay on YouTube, you can search for Assessing Casinos for Success, and you'll find the video, which I made of it, because again, it's one of the more important topics. Not that they're all not pretty important. Maybe some of the history stuff is not so important according to some of the analytics. But this is, a must see, I would hope. If you think about winning, if you think about slot machines, if you think about what you're trying to do, you think about which casino near you is the best. And so Assessing Casinos for Success is the title, and you can search for it on YouTube and find it. Now, we have plenty of people listening on the podcast, and if you want to listen to it there on the same platform, it is episode number 3. So I think our next episode is 93, so 90 episodes ago. And number 3, that is where I go through that article. So that's how you find all of this. I see some stuff going on in the live chat, so let me quickly jump over there, see if anything's going on. Catherine, me, Scott. Yes. So Scott makes a point about watching a few of the Facebook groups. I don't think the machines are a bit more loose than they were. I'm not decided what they may be actually tighter. People don't care. They just want to go. That's exactly the point. And we'll come to that in just a moment. That's exactly the point why I felt it was necessary to go over casino assessments, because plenty of people would be happy to just be in front of a slot machine. Plenty of people would be happy to post on Facebook, good job, we're done, And then there's others, like yourself, who would be like, no, I'd like to maybe win money, and more than I, go home with more than I came in with. But that's you and me and the other people on the show. So, everybody has, and I'll get to this point, everybody has different, they would assess a casino a different way. So let's keep going with this, because I think I'm maybe helping. Which I would like to do. So that's what I was going to just say. The assessments are individualized. You are doing this assessment. What you want from a casino isn't necessarily what someone else wants. That's why you, or someone who knows you very well indeed, need to do the assessment. We've seen some of this misunderstanding in the slots communities, where members report what was important to them, but other members reading the casino report later, and I was thinking about you, Scott, when I wrote this, when I made my notes for this show, other casinos reading the casino report later often have questions like, didn't you go into the high limit room? Why didn't you leave the high limit room? Why ever not? Either way, back and forth. Did you go home with money? Some people report on their casino reports, everybody talks about what they want to talk about their trip. But there's been a few that have been, this is what the safety precautions were like. This is, I went home with money. This is what I won to be able to go home with money. I was in the high limit room, or I was not in the high limit room, and it was thorough. While plenty of people might just talk about one of those topics. Now, I'm not being critical here. I'm just saying this is what we're getting, and maybe it'll match what you are hoping for, maybe it won't match. So you get what you get. So all I can ask is if you go to a casino and you want to let us know, try to cover a couple of topics. I think being on the show, I think it helps. But one of the things I struggle with this business is, if you walk into a casino, look around and wonder what's going on, I can help. If you walk into a casino, don't look around and don't wonder what's going on, I can't help. And we get both. And no judgments, but I'm trying to help people understand what's going on. So we have a casino assessment. You probably haven't done one. Who does casino assessments? It's just a fine idea. It's just a great idea, but who does it? So let's go on. I don't mean to be sarcastic. I'm trying not to be. It's important, I think, to assess a casino if you want to determine whether or not you should even be there. Some people don't have that luxury. Some people have one casino and the next one's 500 miles away. Right? And not just because none near me have reopened yet. There's one in June that looks like it'll reopen about near my family. It's about 500 miles away. But some people live in eastern Idaho and there's one tribal casino there. Otherwise they got to drive 5 hours or maybe fly. And so they want to go, they go. I have an article, professorslots.com/ABC27. I've shared this before, so I won't put it in anywhere, where it's a ABC evening news report where they interviewed me and they analyzed the Pennsylvania state gaming returns for Penn National to see, to note that payouts are pretty high right that first year because there wasn't any other, I said, well, there's no other casinos nearby. They had to teach people how to, they would want to go to the casino. Once they got them hooked in, they dropped because why would they drop? Well, there's no other casino and so you're sort of locked in. And this is just casino operator behavior and you should expect it. In fact, you should take advantage of it. And that's in a little synopsis. That's what we're talking about here. Let's think about these things and then see if there's any way to take advantage of what the casino operators are doing, because they don't really expect slots players to do that. All right, lecture done. 2-minute rant done. So one of the tools, and I haven't gone over the article, at high level yet, but I wanted to jump right to it. There is a checklist. It's a tool I provided. I was trying to do that more often than not in the early days. I need to get back to doing that sort of thing. It's 25 questions. It's a one-page PDF. It's available most of the way to the bottom. It's a big form where you put in your email address, and it has to actually be your email address. It can't be not an email address. And you'll get, it'll be 25 questions to ask when you're assessing a casino, and it's built into a one-page PDF. It's like a checklist. And you can put it on your phone, but you need to have a way to write some notes and check some boxes and score specific things. And we'll go over that in just a moment. But that's what you do when you perform the physical assessment. But before you even choose to arrive to go to one of your available casinos, you have to do research online as best you can. Normally that would be checking state gaming regulations, seeing if it's one of the 5 states that have payout returns, if there's any legal limits, maybe some reviews on people attending the hotel and bed bugs or whatever. You review it from a distance to decide whether it's a candidate casino. And then if you're actually going to go, I recommend not gambling on your first trip. I recommend that you walk through the casino and continue the assessment that you started online with a physical walkthrough, and take the checklist and check it off. And because if it's the only one available and you definitely want to go to a casino, then it's just a matter of whether you will or will not go to that one casino. But if there's one down the road, one of them might have what you want more. And that makes it your favorite. All right. We talk, and if you're on the slot communities, we talk about, hey, I ask everybody who joins, what's your favorite casino? And often it's convenient, and sometimes they say it's the only one anywhere near me. But sometimes they list a bunch of them because they're near a bunch of them. And is there some systematic way to determine which one's best? Yeah. And this is the article that you need to read, and we'll talk more about it here. Let's see. Got to keep an eye on chat. Right. So I hope that you begin to see how these assessments and the slots communities allow you some insight, but maybe not enough insight to decide what's going on at casinos. I'm talking over with some of the people I email with and we have side conversation with in the last week, began to realize that, Scott, you kicked it off with that discussion. I think it was in the Oklahoma group, right? About how accurate is this information we're getting from the other players? Well, it's as accurate as it is. But to do something a little more formal, it can't be done by somebody else because what do you want? And so I'm seeing some activity Ferguson, hello from Fresno, California, he says. Hello. Scott says it's almost many of the posts are look at me. Scott, have you met humans? At least it's not Twitter. Okay. Sorry. Social media is social media, right? So Maxie Powers is here from sunny Southern California, and went last night to Morongo Casino. And Lois and Dave said, I'm sure casinos are assessing what customers will be expecting also. Absolutely. Although that's actually, there's a subtlety there. Lois and Dave said, I'm sure casinos are assessing what customers will be expecting also. Sometimes there's such a misread, there's like no future thought. Let's tighten everything up so that we can, get money back from having been closed for 2.5 months. Was that a shallow thought or a deep thought? The people who are coming back after a casino's been closed for 2.5 months might be your diehards who would never stop going to your casino. So maybe you could do that to them, or maybe you just didn't think about it and were greedy. It's really hard to tell. Is it like a really wise person or is it a fool? Hard to tell sometimes. So yeah, they could be, but when it's not a pandemic, I'm not sure it is so much the casinos that do the assessments. I think it's the slot manufacturers. I mean, if you read their annual financial reports, where they're supposed to be honest and clear and not use big words, too many big words, they talk about player appeal, and they're very interested in that. They get some feedback from the casinos. They contribute some data, anonymous data. It's definitely anonymous data. They don't have player card information attached to it. But how much did that machine get played? How long did it stay at the front entrance of the casino, or how long was it just removed because it wasn't popular? Slot machine manufacturers are trying all the time to make slot machines that people will play. So I see a lot more of assessing going on that end. But if you're just talking about the pandemic, then sure. Hey, Larry made it. Hey, Larry. I'm well. I hope you are well. Thanks for asking. Right. Larry says, glad to see casinos reopening. Problem is in the UK. Larry's in the UK. Yeah, we're global. At least some people haven't signed into YouTube. I have to speak to everybody who's familiar with YouTube and not so familiar with YouTube. You can you put things into the chat if you log in. Otherwise, all you can do is just watch. So there may be some people that haven't chatted for whatever reason, and maybe from other places, but we've got a representation from East Coast to West Coast here and South to North, and might have, in fact, Lois and Dave are representing South and North, and also outside of the United States, which is great. So, Larry says, glad to see casinos reopening. Problem is UK quarantining. So like most of the world, we can't leave our country. Yeah. While I have the usual restrictions of everybody in the United States, I also have a job where, I have a job where there are some restrictions, and particularly lately, and I'm also in Ohio, which has some, early and often sort of response. So I don't expect casinos here to reopen. I'm starting to feel it. I'm hoping for Michigan soon, maybe sometime in June. That would be awesome. Right. So Denise in Texas traveled to Oklahoma this week to 4 casinos: Thunderbird, Apache, WinStar, and Border. Lost at each. All picks and wins I saw at all were high-limit machines only. Brian says Mountain Tier opens up Friday. Thinking of going. If you do, please report back. Mountaineer is very popular with a lot of people on those appropriate slots communities. It'd be nice to hear how it goes. Scott says the casinos are laughing at all of us. Let's don't loosen them up. Let's tighten them, give them a $15 more free play and make up for what we missed out on. I'm not trying to read that cynically. Sure, why not, right? Free market. But they make mistakes. I mean, in some ways they do that all the time, but they make mistakes sometimes. Like, for instance, they do that now. We've seen this behavior before, and not in a pandemic. It was earlier in this year in Oklahoma. I think you remember back then, right? The problem with the gaming compacts were it was unclear whether or not they needed to be renewed. These decade-long compacts, and the tribes got into arguments with the governor. And so, with being 45% Class 2 machines, and this is a Oklahoma-specific topic, and 55% being Class 3, which most slot machines are, that when we talk about slot machines, Oklahoma and the Class 3 apply to gaming compacts, but the Class 2 do not. And so, there was this big fight with the governor, and one of the things that happened was all the tribal casinos tightened up. And wow, did they have a problem, all right? And whenever there's something that's being done by a casino operator, I am the one who tries to figure out what is our response, right? And this is the same situation that you described. If that is happening, and again, we have to decide whether or not it is happening. We have Denise's report. We see some of this in Jan's, and we see some of this on the slots channels, slots communities. But we sort of have to make our own decision how, if one person says it is true, if 2 people say it, is it true? And so you have to decide. And it looks pretty reasonable, by the way. But if that's happening, what's the response? When that's happened before, what has been the response? The casinos, the tribal casinos, once the fight with the governor was kind of like, I won't say over, but kind of done for now, they loosened right up. Okay. You see the plan, right? Don't go to the casino. That actually puts pressure on the casino, because if they're trying to make money and you don't go, they realize their mistake. All right. Enough ranting again. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Scott said it very clearly in 2 sentences. I have to tell you, Steve, I'm not sure why, but your comments all need to be approved. What exactly have you been doing? I've never had to approve your comments before. They look innocent enough to me. Just letting you know, I'll keep on approving them. Scott, haven't been yet. Not too in a hurry. Seems like just not right now. Yeah, Perfect response. Yes. Steve's talking about the slots communities. You have to decide what they mean to you. If they've won, I don't think any of them are fake or anything like that. I don't think they got the wrong casino. I don't think any of that. I think they won something. We don't have information to, if you make assumptions about, they went home with money when they never said that, just think about what they said. And it's interactive. Ask, hey, did you go home with money? What is it that's your interest versus what is it that's their interest? And it's interactive. Join and ask. Please be nice. Otherwise, bad things happen. And so ask. Okay, so Steve says, I played at my local casino opening day, made over I'm going to assume you meant $1,500, not $1.50. A little better than an hour of play, and went home only 1/2 hour drive with a $500 bankroll. It was early morning. And Mr. Bill 6666 says, when your favorite casino reopens, will you start with your usual preferences or will you try something new? I want to hit the slots that usually pay out top jackpots more often. And apparently you've been to that casino and you know which ones, based on your own experience, pay out more often and you want to check. Right. I'm not saying, I'm on the casino assessments, I'm not saying throw out everything that you knew before. I'm saying check. Okay. I've walked into a casino I've never been to before and did a casino assessment. But I also, before I walked in, I did research. Now, if I haven't been to the casino before, then I do online research. But if I have been to the casino before, I think about what I know about that casino from my own experience and having been there before. And then I go into the casino and I say, okay, has anything changed? If so, what? If so, how? So that you can decide if that major reconstruction, that national crisis, has changed things that you kind of took for granted. Because casino operators rarely, make a change. I would say almost never make a change. Because if you shut down half the casino to clean the carpet or something, which isn't a big change, they're not making money. Right? They buy better carpet. At least I hope so. That lasts longer between cleanings. I don't know if that's the best example in the world, but they want to keep things going. And if they need to do a major reconstruction, it's because there was a good reason for it. Okay. And there's only a couple of good reasons. Like switching over to a central server so they have better control on their financial performance metrics. Money's just waiting for that. They're going to get money from that. They just have to bite the bullet and close down for 3 months. If they can't, if they don't have the land to build another casino right next to it while the old ones were running, and just take half the parking lot for construction equipment, it's all decisions. So Linda is here. She says, good morning. I've gone to 3 different casinos in Southern California. I think last week we were looking at it, and I'm not sure there was more than 3 casinos. One was generous, left with a profit. The other 2 were horrible, hard to even get a bonus on slots. Also, I noticed the payouts were odd amounts. This is another comment. Example, on 75-cent bet, I got 3 like symbols and won 17 cents, odd amount. This was at the 2 casinos that were extremely tight. I believe the lower the payout amounts. Thank you very much. And this is the type of information where it's solid information, right? I mean, some people will talk about, here's my video, but other people will, on a clip on slots communities, and you're just like, what, did you go home with money? What's all the questions we want to ask? So ask them. But Linda gave her casino report. Thank you very much. It was an example to the rest of us. I have a question. However, this is interactive, so I'm going to ask a question of you, Linda. Have you been to those casinos before, and were they always tight? The 2 that were tight, were they always tight, or is that a change? And so that's the sort of assessment that I'm talking about here when you go to a casino, is if you have past information, if you've been there before, even if it's your favorite casino and you've been there a lot, ask yourself, what do you know about that casino when you do the reassessment? Because as I've suggested, doing it annually is a very good idea. Why? You don't know if the casino's been sold. They don't put up the signs until, 6 months after it's been officially announced, and they don't make the official announcement for, months before that. You might hear something on a gaming board, something that it's been sold, but they are secret about that sort of stuff. Internal information only by a few executives beforehand during the negotiations, because if you screw that up, then you'll never, it's bad. So the first person that will know who is in the audience is someone who gets a hand pay, because there's a legal requirement to show the name change on the W-2G. But that's too late, right? And so annual reassessments of casinos is just a standby so that you can double check to make sure, or you can wait to the end of the year and check your gambling records and see if they just went like that. But let's not do that. Let's do gambling records, but, and check it at the end of the year, but still, maybe even more often that, I keep on having these thoughts. So let's just, I would love to cover Chip's question, but I kind of remember it. It was the reason why I skipped over it was an excellent question, but it was kind of detailed. What he was asking about, and I want to get back to things. There's just a few more things to say about assessing casinos. I want to go over the checklist. What Greg was asking about was, are casinos, tribal or not tribal, commercial, are they actually in financial pain? Their businesses are getting payouts from the government, state government, state governments, federal governments. Do we really know if they're hurting? And I tend to think that they are. I don't think it's just greed. I think, they're hurting their customers by needing the money. I don't know if that's really greed so much as they need the money, right? They've been spending money on responses with their tribes to the pandemic, and they may need the money. I would think that if they weren't financially hurting, they wouldn't. Well, it's just a judgment call at this point. There's a possibility of getting government funds, and maybe they've all gotten that. Chip was correct in that. We have assumptions. We have to think about our assumptions. Okay. Linda says, yes, I've been to all of them before, so they're not always that tight. Well-known popular casinos here. Yes, all are tribal. Yeah, California's all tribal casinos if they're not card rooms. Just checking. It's the sort of thing where okay, so they're tight. Is that a change? Just inquisitive, interactive. Thank you for taking the time to answer that. I appreciate it. But let's go over get back to the topic today. And you can read the article. It's all there very quickly. Let's, where is it? There it is. So there's an introduction. And what I'll basically go through is I talk about, this is introduction to people who've never played slots, as well as being a reassessment. So I talk about how there's different types of casinos, casino resorts, tribal casinos, a slots parlor that might have a racetrack, often called racinos. How do you even know what there are? And I talk a little about Google searches and how to have a map. I've since tried to provide those. I also talk about my state-by-state articles, my online resource where I do one a week. And if you're on the podcast, right now, you know that I always have at least one, usually only one now these days, one state, the next state. I think the last one was New York. So what's coming up next? Is it North Carolina, maybe, for tomorrow's, and alphabetical, right? I talk about all that. I talk about where to find the State Gaming Commission information. We talk a little bit about is it good information or not good information when we talk about the slots communities. Well, the thing is, when I was writing all this, I was thinking, okay, there's information. Hey, my buddy said, which, is it verified? I felt solid information comes out of the Gaming Commission. When I started going through those state gaming commissions, and I've been through every one of them twice, and about half of them a third time, when I wasn't just browsing, but actually saying, what are the rules? It's solid information. It may not be everything that you want. Not every state gaming commission has everything I would want, like a lower limit, like slot machine denomination returns per casino instead of state region. There's plenty of things that you might ask for. And if we grow and become a movement, not so much a business, but a movement, then maybe we could start having voting blocks within each state, but that's going to require millions of people per state. And I can only hope that we can grow that much. Vote for me. So then, of course, what to look for physically when you're visiting a casino, as well as online information. So I talk about the difference between casinos, slots parlors, racinos, casino resorts, how casino is used for all of them, but the word casino is also used for one of them. It's a little confusing. How to find slots communities, state-run gaming commissions, performing a physical assessment. And there's a red and green download the checklist form there on professorslots.com/assessing-casinos, where you can get the free checklist. And if you don't want to sign up for my email list, which is what also happens when you do that, the first email, you just unsubscribe. I don't, no offense. I understand that, but, this is a business, and as much as I want to help you, I need to build my audience and contact them later when I make a change to something they care about. So another approach was online resources, and I go through a bunch of stuff there. And then I talk about how this is, there's next steps, and this is step 1 of 3 articles that are primary, and that kind of closes that out. But let's go to I want to bring stuff up here. There's got to be a faster way to jump from one window to another window here. Right. And Steve, you're not showing. You're hidden. I'm going to show you. And now Steve is showing. My local casino just sent a letter today, double my free play, and hold out for a better, he says, double my free play based on my play. They really want me back. Hold out for a better offer, buddy. Hold it out. It's like my coworkers, go with a second retirement package, not the first one. You'll it's a risk, but you'll do better. It's a little dark. Texas Tootsie, Jan, are you saying that I can request the returns per casino from the state? We can start building pressure with our congressman and our state congressman and our state representative to have the laws updated. So that is the request. All right. Now, not for Oklahoma, because it's tribes, and the tribes have gaming compacts. So the next time these gaming compacts renew, 5 years before or whatever, and I know there's some confusion on whether or not they, when is the expiration date on a compact, and some of them don't have an expiration date. Yeah, this is why you need to look into it. How do you go about setting a limit? Oklahoma has very few options. You can choose to accept, that tribal casinos are it, but some people push for commercial casinos, and those laws have not been written, so you could have a say, but it's more like not necessarily you, unless you're, Bill Gates' granddaughter or something, where you can, be a lobbyist or something. And so voting blocks, that's what I was talking about. Scott, so the Oklahoma group, let's pick one in each direction of the state and assess them this week. That's a fine idea, but I'm speaking to the world. I think that it would be great if we had someone step forward for every state and said, who wants to cover this part? Who wants to cover this part? Who wants to cover this part? And then report back. And I'd love to get to that point. But with 13 people attending and only 1,000 people listening for the world, that's the sort of thing where we're not subscribe and like this video, and we'll try to get to that. There's always more to do. I'm glad we have the slots communities to be able to have this sort of information. Out there, it's not, we could always be better. And that's a great way to do it. Scott, why don't you, step forward for Oklahoma? We got quite a few people there. I think we were like 3 short of 300 people there. And the last I checked, it was like, 250 or something. So we're climbing. There might be enough people. Excellent. We did see some of that where people were in the west of Oklahoma were like, hey, come on, you're doing the south or, near Texas. What about over here? We need more people everywhere. Durant seems the best, Scott, 800 hand pays. So Denise has some things for you there, Scott. 800 hand pays in the first day. Border friend that works there said 400 hand pays first day there. All high limit machines. Larry says missed the first 30 minutes, but what I've seen is still great. And we'll watch the whole thing when it's available. Everyone enjoy yourself. Stay safe. Thank you, Larry. You too. Yeah. I know, Scott, the Oklahoma Facebook group, but this isn't a live for just the Oklahoma Facebook group. So that sounds like a fine plan, but very specific. Thank you, Chip. Is there anything I really wanted to get to? There's a section 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sections. And I broke them out in the checklist. There's a section with several questions, maybe a 10, and the last 2 being your question. You're going to have a question, 2 questions, put them there and think about what they would be for your particular circumstances. Rate high to low, 7 through 1 being low, 7 being high, on things that would be questions for all slots enthusiasts. Now, if your gambling goal is entertainment, there's a bunch of questions, 5, 4. If your gambling goal is complimentary gifts. And hopefully you know what I'm talking about when I say, identify your gambling goals. And there's the most common I put in here. If you want complimentary gifts, there's questions to check, go through and assess your casino under those topics. And then for take-home cash, the casino slots enthusiasts who like take-home cash, that's what they want. There's also questions for that. And finally, some general feeling about the place. Do you feel safe? Do you, there's a sort of all-encompassing statement about the casino, as well as add up the score so you have a total score. The value and most liked feature, least liked feature. And the other thing is do this more than once. Once for a casino, and then maybe a year later, or in your case, Scott, and in your case, Scott, maybe when things start winning again. So the last point I want to make on a casino assessment, what we're hearing lately is, the suggestion that I want to make is, I think it's anybody everywhere, walk into the casino, the reopened casino, look around. Is anybody winning? Is enough people winning? If they're not, turn around and walk out. Now, I understand that's not easy. You haven't been to a casino in 2.5 months, and you might not want to do that. But maybe that's what you need to do. And the other thing is, if you do stay, don't gamble. So you can watch a little longer and see if it picks up a couple hours later. Again, full respect, not an easy thing to do. And also the casino may kick you out. What are you doing sitting in that slot machine not playing? Move along, buddy, move along. So have fun, be safe, make good choices. I'll talk to you next week. Thanks, everybody.